Amazingly, the US superseding indictment against Julian Assange was issued halfway through the legal process. Changing the charges midway through a case is farcical. It is particularly ridiculous when this relies on a witness like Theodore Dawson, who is impossible to recognise as a truth-telling man of good character. These persecutions of journalists are unusual trials, not to be confused with any respectable form of public justice. They are purely designed to terrify journalists away from telling the truth about war. Freed from any criticism or free press, what remains that will restrict the excessive war ambitions of our ruling class? Will war with Russia, China and Iran be what we are faced with next?
You mentioned already Iran. And there is an enormous choice to be made about Iran. A more developed, more formidable, more populous, and certainly better armed country than Saddam's Iraq, whatever it was. Are you actually saying that we should threaten them militarily if they are determined to develop nuclear weapons?
I am saying that I think it is wholly unacceptable for Iran to have nuclear weapons capability.
But what can we do about it?
And I think we've got to be prepared to confront them
militarily.
If necessarily militarily. I think there is no alternative to that. If they continue to develop nuclear weapons, then they need to get that message loud and clear.
Does this sound familiar? There is as much evidence that Iran is building nuclear weapons as there was that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, as claimed by Tony Blair.
We know that great falsehoods were perpetrated, and yet the individuals who perpetrated these things are still running around, more or less much as before, being taken seriously as commentators, as authorities on this or that. I find it astonishing. These people should hide their heads in shame.
We turn now to a major development in the case of...
We might come back to that.
Tony Blair. A few years ago, after Margaret Thatcher died, 120,000 people gathered in Trafalgar Square to hold a wake for the great lady, with a huge effigy of her with a handbag made of orange supermarket bags. And people were cheering and dancing and singing, "The Wicked Witch is dead." What Tony Blair needs to know is that whenever he dies, it may be a decade, 2.5 decades hence, 120,000 of us will be in Trafalgar Square dancing and holding a wake for him as the great war criminal. Now, we need to let Tony Blair know about this and make him know that we feel ashamed to see him every time he dares to put himself out in public in front of us. How dare he? How dare he show his face in public?
Bring back, arrest Tony Blair. If you have an opportunity, do a civilian arrest on Tony Blair whenever you see him.
I've chased him down the street once. It was actually quite good fun. So I don't think I should be the only person to enjoy doing that. You must all have a go too.
The great chase is on. I think we're getting to the point here. The key part of why there is such a crackdown on Wikileaks is because it has produced so much information about the operations of the great war machine. So this is the crux of the matter. Wikileaks has been harming the efforts to create worldwide war. And the whole thing about war, for the great powers who carry it on, it is an export industry. It is an industry that makes huge amounts of money. So much money that that money has power over everything that the rest of human society does. What all billions of decent people want from their world. We are all overpowered by the military war machine. and we get to know about it through WikiLeaks. So Julian Assange was the main man until they silenced him by shutting him down and pushing him into isolation and imprisonment. So this is why we need WikiLeaks, this is why we need Julian Assange, and this is why we need a whole world of journalists. Thank you again to the journalists for being here, covering this event from all over the world, and shame on the British media for their dramatic absence.
Shame on them!
Shame on the British media for not being here. I've just been handed something here. It's from the, how do I get it on? International Committee of Journalists, ICIJ, International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. So I'll read it from the tablet here. In the weeks since we began publishing the Pandora papers, we've told you all about the impact the investigation has had, including investigations against world leaders, pledged tax probes, and proposed reform efforts. Sadly, there's also a dark side to the reactions the global expose has seen, especially for our reporting partners who participated in the project despite grave threats to press freedom in their countries. A number of journalists who worked on the Pandora papers are facing serious backlash for investigating the secret financial affairs of local power brokers. Others have seen attempts by high-profile officials to denounce and discredit their reporting, legal threats and personal smears. While our global network continues to work to support our journalism partners who are facing challenging crackdowns, the heated reaction from some corners also convey how damaging Pandora paper revelations may be for the wealthy and well-connected the world over. Here's a summary of some of the backlash some reporters are experiencing from a legal change that could criminalize the work of journalists investing money laundering in Honduras, to an attempt to stop Russian news organizations from taking part in ICIJ projects, and more. Here from our partners. We spoke to 4 Pandora Papers media partners from different regions who shared their insights and reflections about working on the biggest journalism collaboration in history. I'll repeat that. The biggest journalism collaboration in history, the Pandora Papers.
I haven't seen so much in ages.
And they say that they have a video on that. So I suggest that people look up the ICIJ and they can see more. They'll see that video. More global impact. In another week of dramatic fallout, investigations sparked by the Pandora Papers continue against several presidents in countries like Ecuador, Montenegro, Chile, and more, while America's role as a financial secrecy haven is in the spotlight like never before. The Met reacts. Our Pandora Papers reporting on precious relics allegedly looted from Cambodia continues to make waves in the world of prestigious museums, including at New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art, whose officials met with federal prosecutors after our investigation found pieces in their collection linked to a notorious accused trafficker. And this comes from Asram Mustafa, the ICIJ's digital editor, and he says, "Thank you for reading, therefore thank you for listening to this." And if you have enjoyed their coverage this week, remember to tell friends and family, share our work on social media, send them an email now. So that's the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. Now, the Pandora Papers was an absolutely fantastic thing. There's never been an investigation like it It was covered by major newspapers like The Guardian and the Washington Post in the USA. A fantastic thing. There's such a short attention span in major media that it's become last week's story, and it's disappeared behind the story of COP26 taking part in Glasgow next week. But we need to keep the whole story of the Pandora Papers alive. But please note, the same pressures are being applied on that as we see here today being applied to the media in this country about the Julian Assange case. So we're beginning to see mass worldwide repression by the forces of power, wealth and the war industry. And it's crucial to note that the war industry is the key to the whole situation here today.
I'm feeling like an extradition.
Do we have another speaker?
I don't know, I might
find a few words.
Thank you.
If you've got I'd like to say a few words about the case. Thank you, it's a pleasure. Thank you. I'd like to say a few words about the case. It's been an extraordinary procedure to try and silence Julian Assange. It began, first of all, with they wanted to ask Julian Assange questions in Sweden. He'd already answered questions from the police in Sweden, and they were happy with his answers, and he'd been cleared to go back to the UK. But very unusually, there was an Interpol red card put out, which is usually for people who committed something like mass murder or something. So it's almost unheard of. So just to ask someone to answer some questions to put out an Interpol red card. So this has been misreported widely in the press, and it's been said that Julian Assange refused to go to Sweden, and that's not really true. What Julian Assange said was that he'd heard that the US had a special court arranged that wanted to work out how to extradite him to the USA and
My hands are cold, sorry.
and charge him for releasing secret documents that revealed US war crimes. And Julian Assange was obviously concerned that if he went to Sweden, Sweden has a very lax extradition treaty with the United States. And he was scared that he'd be put straight on an aeroplane to the United States and he'd find himself in solitary confinement. So he replied to the Swedish authorities and he said, I will be happy to go to Sweden and answer any questions that you like, as long as you give me an assurance I will not be extradited from Sweden to the USA. That seems like an entirely reasonable thing. If someone wants you to go to their country to answer some questions, that they should give you an assurance they're not going to deport you to a third country immediately. Wikileaks had already covered extraordinary rendition, where that has been done. In fact, Britain partook in the practice of extraordinary rendition, where we sent people to countries where we knew they'd be tortured. So it was, it seemed a very reasonable request. So Sweden refused to give Julian Assange any to the USA. So he said, in that case, I don't want to go to Sweden, which I think is quite reasonable. But he suggested, after he sought asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy, he said, well, I'm perfectly happy for the Swedish authorities to send someone here. I can answer questions in the Ecuadorian embassy. And then it was claimed that this was unreasonable. And similar things have happened in the past with cases where officials from other countries get on a plane and go and interview someone. It was almost impossible for him to escape from the Ecuadorian embassy, so there was no chance of him going anywhere, so they could just come and interview him. They refused to do that for a number of years, but eventually they did come and interview Julian Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy. After that had happened, they dropped all the charges.
But in fact, there weren't any charges. Sorry, that was a mistake that the Guardian made. They printed that there had been charges, but there were never any charges put against Julian Assange. In fact, people who they wanted to ask questions on behalf of never wanted to put any charges against Julian Assange. The whole thing was just a fabrication to silence him. Otherwise, why not interview him immediately? They could have come over to the UK. There's nothing stopping them getting on a plane. Maybe it costs a couple of £100. I'm sure Wikileaks could have helped them out with the money. You know, it's just like, it's not a big deal getting on a plane. Then he can ask the questions, and then they can carry on with the proceedings in a orderly, normal fashion that you would expect from people who uphold justice. But instead, they decided they didn't want to interview Julian Assange. They couldn't be bothered to come and interview him for many years. And when they finally dropped the charges, then Keir Starmer was in charge of justice for the British government. And he is not known if it was actually penned by Keir Starmer himself, but an email was sent to Sweden saying, don't you dare get cold feet on pursuing Julian Assange. Well, what's that all about? The idea that Julian Assange was supposed to be facing some sort of, process in Sweden, and then you have the British government saying that they don't want Sweden to stop, even if the Swedes have found that there's absolutely no cause to pursue Julian Assange whatsoever. So Julian Assange didn't want to leave the Ecuadorian embassy because in the UK, many pro-war politicians and people in authority in the UK said he should just leave the embassy. He should just leave it. He had nothing to fear. There were the enormous number of police outside, always outside the embassy. It was spied on continuously. It cost the British taxpayer a fortune to police the Ecuadorian embassy. The only thing Julian Assange had done was to break his bail conditions to seek asylum in the embassy because he was scared of being taken to the USA, where he's likely to be locked away for 175 years in solitary confinement. I think that's quite reasonable that a journalist should seek to avoid doing that, and that breaking a trivial bail condition to avoid a lifetime of torture in solitary confinement is very reasonable. So many politicians and people in authority said that he was just making this up. This was some sort of crazy idea that he could be extradited to the USA, and there was no factual basis to it at all. But WikiLeaks had actually published details of a secret court in the USA that were doing exactly that. And when Julian Assange was illegally taken from the Ecuadorian embassy, he was basically kidnapped. Suddenly, all these people that said he should leave the embassy and he should face British justice and there was no chance of extradition, they all suddenly fell silent. They suddenly developed amnesia that they had ever said that, because he was assured that that would not happen. He was made out to be some sort of rogue person that just stayed in the Ecuadorian embassy for no reason, and there was no chance whatsoever he would be extradited to the USA. I went to the Westminster Magistrates Court immediately I heard he'd been dragged from the Ecuadorian embassy. I made an excuse at work. I said I felt unwell about something, which is true. I got on the train and I went straight to the Westminster Magistrates Court. I went up there, and the procedure against him was immediately, the Americans immediately said they wanted to extradite him to the USA. So the whole facade about him being in the Ecuadorian embassy, about him trying to evade British justice or Swedish justice, this was just a very, very thinly veiled facade over the fact the whole thing has always been about his extradition to the USA and Julian Assange seeking to avoid torture and incarceration. We've seen what they do in Guantanamo Bay. That's the kind of lawless state that America is. It knows it's illegal to torture people on its own soil. Its own prison system, though, comes pretty close to that. So what it does is it's got some land that's leased off the Cubans. Cubans aren't particularly happy about this, and they take people there, and they claim because it's not on American soil, they don't have to abide by international treaty and not torture people. So but basically, the prosecution in here is the people prosecuting Julian Assange. These people have got a history of torture that's been revealed by Wikileaks. They've got a history of committing war crime, which has been revealed by Wikileaks. Not only has Wikileaks exposed that they use in Afghanistan, that the American forces use death squads. Anyone resisting the US occupation faced people who would come in the night. Imagine how frightening that would be if you're a poor peasant farmer and you don't like your country being invaded, and maybe you say some words that you would like to be independent and your country should not be occupied. They will send a helicopter full of people and they will murder you, and then they will murder your children. That's what's been exposed by WikiLeaks, and now we've discovered from the CIA, as people have leaked, that actually that's exactly what they intended to do in London. The CIA was seriously plotting to come to London with an armed death squad to the Ecuadorian embassy and execute Julian Assange like a dog. That's what they wanted to do.
Like 5 minutes there.
That's a special relationship, yes, exactly. It's beyond scandalous. So we've had this is how this has been proceeding. While he was in the Ecuadorian embassy, Julian Assange had a legal team, and people in America, the American state, they had a Spanish security firm install amazing array of spy devices inside the Ecuadorian embassy. So there's videotape of privileged conversations between Julian Assange and his legal team. Now, in any legal case, you have a privilege to have private conversation with your legal advisors. And if that's compromised, then there's no, you cannot proceed. No genuine court would hear a case where that privileged information had been compromised. And that has been, there's video evidence of it. You can watch the videos online. You can see the spying that took place between Julian Assange and his legal team in the Ecuadorian embassy. Not only that, they've confiscated privileged material. When his legal team went in, the security team, they took their laptops and they copied the hard drive with all their clients' stuff on it. It's just shocking. It's just beyond. It's outside anything that could be considered a reasonable legal procedure. And then they took Julian Assange to Belmarsh. They had him locked in solitary confinement, and they had their show trial there. They had a show trial saying that Julian Assange was not a journalist, they said. I mean, he's got a list of journalistic awards, and we read it out yesterday, and it took a long time to read again, so I'll spare you reading it all out. But I mean, he's just got so many journalist awards, it's unrealistic not to call him a journalist. I doubt there are many journalists in the world with as many awards as Julian Assange has. And not only that, every story that Julian Assange and WikiLeaks have put out, they've been global news. They've been indirectly or directly conveyed through almost all well-known media sources in the UK and throughout the world. So this is a journalist of great standing. To say that he's not a journalist is ridiculous. And they do have what they call they fell onto this problem, the New York Times problem, that if basically Julian Assange doing exactly what the New York Times does. So if Julian Assange is not a journalist, then the New York Times isn't, journalists aren't journalists. So the case fell apart very quickly. Well, there really was no case to begin with. So halfway through the first hearing, they said he wasn't a journalist. And then halfway through, after the deadline for submitting evidence, the Americans just said, we're just going to make it about something else now. We're not going to continue with it like this. We're just going to make something else up. Just completely change the charges halfway through. So halfway through, they wanted to say they weren't charging him about the journalism or Wikileaks leaking stuff about the war crimes. They wanted to get him about hacking of Icelandic politicians. This is something Julian Assange has never done, but they managed to find themselves a witness. Now, they had to really scrape the bottom of the barrel for this. They had to find someone that was willing to commit perjury in a British court and to fabricate all of their testimony. And you'd have to find a pretty desperate individual to do that, wouldn't you? So they found someone who'd abused children. Ziggy Thordarson, who's a US key witness, is a serial child abuser, and he's a con artist with a long history of cheating and stealing and conning people out of money. In fact, he's actually been convicted of impersonating Julian Assange, using electronic media to try and pretend to be Julian Assange as well, and he stole £50,000 from WikiLeaks. So this is a really, this is a very, very poor character. This is the US key witness in this case, Ziggy Thordarson. That's bad enough, but it gets worse. It actually gets worse than that. Not only is this trial continuing, on the ground, on the testimony of this man Ziggy Thordarson, who is a repeat child abuser. One of the children committed suicide afterwards, after what he did to them. And he's also conned people out of enormous amounts of money. He's been on a massive crime spree in Iceland. But then he was interviewed by the Icelandic press, and he's admitted that his entire testimony was fabricated. And he said it was fabricated because he did a deal with the US that he could be let off of these charges, that he's abusing children. So the key witness, the US key witness, only testified, gave his false testimony, so he could avoid conviction for abusing children. I mean, he's obviously a messed up man, and I don't like to think of people as evil. I think there's something seriously messed up with Ziggy Thordarson, and the man probably needs some psychological help. But he's not someone that you could consider a fair witness. So that's really where we are with this. So we've got this case now. We're listing. They're saying that the reason that Julian Assange should not be taken away to the US is because he might commit suicide. That's the reason why they're contesting it. They're saying, well, if we take him to America, maybe he won't commit suicide. But that's irrelevant. If your key witness has admitted that the testimony that's convicted him of doing these crimes, has admitted that he gave false testimony, that it was all perjury, how can this continue?
So we get exactly.
It needs to be dismissed. If this was a genuine procedure, this would have been dismissed on day one. This would have been dismissed if it was a proper procedure from the very beginning. There's no genuine case. If you interfere with privileged material, if you spy on a legal team, if you confiscate legal material that should be privileged and should be exchanged between the legal team and the defendant, if you don't allow the defendant to read it when they're in solitary confinement, this is not a legal procedure. This is a show trial. And there's a reason for this show trial, and it's because Mike Pompeo, who was head of the CIA, he said that WikiLeaks is a hostile non-state intelligence agency. And he's right, it's important to understand that we are not hostile to the American people. We support the American people. But unfortunately, America has got a parasite inside of it. It was called the military-industrial complex. And it needs continuous war. Otherwise, these people engaged in this industry, they will experience a catastrophic collapse. So what they're really frightened of is peace. They don't want to see world peace because there's an enormous rolling industry that relies on continuous war. So what Wikileaks is, it's a non-state intelligence agency for the global anti-war movement. And Wikileaks is invaluable. It has been the biggest contributor, in my opinion, to the anti-war movement that I've seen over the last 20 years. So what this is about shutting down the anti-war movement. They cannot tolerate criticism of war, and they need to show that a journalist who's sympathetic to the anti-war movement, who wants to frame the narrative in terms of human suffering that's caused by war, that we should have diplomacy to avoid war, that we don't need weapons, we don't need cluster bombs, we don't need more nuclear missiles. Journalists who are sympathetic to these ideas, they will face the same fate Julian Assange is facing in there. They're sending a clear message. We don't want anti-war messages. We'll shut them down. We'll call you a terrorist if you want peace. That is what they're saying. They have no shame. No, it's not based on any moral principles. I would like people inside of that court, the officials inside of there, the judges that are standing over this, I think they should come out here and they should explain to the British public what the hell do they think they're doing in there. Shame on them. How dare they do this? How dare they do it? Yeah.
We know that they can hear us in the court unless they shut all the doors. So, this is an invitation for the people's microphone. We can turn it over to be the judge's microphone. Come out and explain yourself. You can be with the people. You can be the people's judges. You can come and talk to us. Open invitation.
Yeah, I want to hear an explanation from these people. And I think they also need to know, I would like to raise this as a general idea here. All of these judges that have been, there's Judge Barrister, I don't know what the current ones, I would look them up if I had internet access and find out their names. We need to keep track of this. If these people commit injustice, we don't want to do anything nasty or violent towards them. I'm not against that, I'm a pacifist. But we need to find out these people and we need to make it clear to them. We need to communicate directly with them, with newspapers. We need to hound these people and say, what the hell do you think you're doing? And then we need to find out how we can take them to justice. If you're going to sit in there wearing a wig like this, saying that you're standing for British justice, and you're going to put someone who's innocent with a process like this and allow them to be dragged away to another country to face 175 years in solitary confinement, then that's a crime. And these people need to know that we're viewing them as criminals. I believe what's happening in here is unforgivable criminality is going on. And it's got no credibility, this at all. All credibility has fallen away. That they could even entertain this hearing continuing, knowing that the key witness is on record for saying that he fabricated the whole testimony that he gave, is beyond credibility. There's absolutely no credibility to this, and these people are criminals for carrying this on. And they need to be held to account for that. This is criminality we're seeing unfolding. And then we also need to ask Americans also to do something about this. We cannot, I mean, this is going on in other, they feel that they have impunity to do this around the world. And so, unfortunately, does the British government. There was a case with Venezuela, and I think Gadio, I believe was his name, the people that the British wanted to be in charge of Venezuela. They just announced, they just decreed that someone was the new leader without any kind of democratic process going on. It is not reasonable for the Americans to decree the law in other people's countries. You have to allow countries to have independent sovereignty and have an independent judicial system. And I cannot comprehend how it can be allowed that the British justice system can be corrupted just so the American state can shut people up from exposing their war crimes that they're committed. This is deeply shocking situation. Thank you very much. So, if anyone else would like to say, we have a band, I think. How far are you away from?
Whenever Campbell comes back, we're ready to go.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where he's gone.
We will soon have a performance from the Julian Assange band.
Campbell, where the fuck are you?
Here you go.
Sort's not here, I guess.
Can I just say a few words? I've been coming along here intermittently for years. I can't come along to all of them because I've got responsibilities at home, but I come along as regularly as I can. And I spend a lot of time listening to this sort of stuff. I mean, we all know this. What really shocks me is that I come here and I see, how many are there? There's 100 of us? And if there were 2 million of us, they'd just ignore us. But it's shocking, it is shocking that there's only 100 of us here out of 62 million people in the UK.
I mean, there's like 50 watching.
What has happened in this country? It is just, it's shocking. It really is shocking. And if that fact isn't enough in itself for these people to see inside, these are supposed to be the most educated intellectual people of our society. They are supposed to be the shining light, the justice system. If they can't look out here and hear what we're saying and realise that something seriously is going wrong in our society, that only 100 people can come along here today on such an important occasion for something so critical to the very fabric of our civilization. The morality and the civility that keeps us all in a civilized society that doesn't tear itself to pieces. And here we have a media system that is a lying system, a systematic corporate-owned media that systematically lies to the public in the most serious of issues. I mean, this is absolutely critical, and it is so saturated with lies that it's absolutely appalling. You wouldn't believe they could get away with it. But we know deep down the reason why they can get away with this is because this has gone on for 70 years since the invention of the television. I mean, we've got people being saturated with a news and entertainment media that doesn't know whether it's news or entertainment because it's all propaganda. And this is exactly what Julian Assange has fought against. He has put his mind to work. I can see the guy at work. I can see his mind working. He's been working on this for all of his life. He's been thinking, how can we solve this problem? And he's come up with an absolute genius of an idea. We allow the people who are on the inside to anonymously put the information out to us, the civilized world that's supposed to know and think. And a democracy is supposed to be a place where we get the benefit of the whole collective society contributing to our decision making. That's what Julian Assange has been all about. And if we erode that, can't these people inside that building see that if we erode that, we will see the whole society, and if we can't look around us and see our panic about wearing face coverings and oh my God, there's no toilet paper. Oh hell, what are we going to do now? I've got to rush out and fill my tank. Fuck, if I don't do something now, I'm going to lock in my house here and I'm going to have nothing. It's a panic society in a state of hysteria. It is a panic society in a state of hysteria. It is shocking. And if these people, the most educated of our society, can't look out the window in this building that should today, if we were of their mind, this building would be covered in red paint to signify the blood on their hands. These people should be able to look out here and see what's going on. And if they can't today free Julian Assange, then they have lost sight of what it's all about. And we are in serious peril. Because, we have a lying media, we have a failed justice system, we have the major industry on the planet is about psychotic violence. And if we don't think about that, then we have to look at what's going to happen to the global society of 7 billion people. And I tell you what, if you've got more money than Bill Gates and you've got your own fucking island out there, you're not going to be safe. I promise you. Bill Gates, wake up! Doss is fucking dead. You are in great danger.
I agree with everything my friend here just said. There should be more people here. If you can, call up a few people you know, family members, friends, saying, what are you doing this afternoon? Come on down here. We need more support. We do need more people here. But it is important to know there was a large march from the BBC house at the top end of Regent Street down here on Saturday, and there were hundreds of people who were there who can't be here because they're at work today. And so all of those people have taken part. There were people here yesterday who can't be here today. And the purpose of these yellow banners here, if you look closely at this one, Mexico, look at the names of them, and this is an invitation to people the whole world over to send their names in so they could be written on the banners. So we see thousands of names from all over the world. So I repeat, the whole world is watching. The whole world's watching. The whole world's watching. The whole world's watching. The whole world's watching. The whole world is watching. Can we do some songs now? Can we let London know? Okay, just before that.
Okay, I spoke yesterday, but I think it's quite useful to say a few words today. I'm Stuart Richardson. I'm Secretary of the Birmingham Stop the War Coalition. Stop the War played a major role in promoting this, and John Rees has acted as a national coordinator of a national officer of the Assange campaign. I'm also the executive of the Birmingham TUC. And I would appeal to people, to our members of trade unions, to take this issue up in their trade unions. There will be a receptive voice. So they were talking earlier about worldwide support. There are active groups in New Zealand, there are active groups in Australia who do public protests around Julian Assange. It's very important this is a worldwide movement, understanding that the attempts of the ruling classes to keep information away from the public is an endemic problem, and Julian Assange's case actually symbolises that. I think it's very important to understand that these people have a lot of secrets to keep. There was, in the Observer, not last Sunday, but the previous Sunday, was one of the most scandalous things I've ever seen. That was in 1965 and 66, the Labour government approved a special operations group of the Foreign Office who went to Indonesia, went to Singapore, and there they actively promoted and urged the generals to engage in a major crackdown. And that major crackdown led to the killing of about at least 500,000 communists and left-wingers, possibly up to 3 million. And these people say we're against political violence, we're against the killing of these MPs. I'm against the killing of David Amess, but you are total hypocrites. You actually support political violence, you support and voted for, as he did, the killing of 500,000 people in Iraq, the bombing of Syria, the supply of arms, and the existence of military personnel in Saudi Arabia. I'll come to that. They support 140,000 people, many women and children in Yemen have been killed by those British and American bombs. I think the other thing we have to say is that he tried to expose and condemn the whole program of 20 years of the war on terror. And what has the war on terror delivered? If you look at Afghanistan today, and you see even the BBC, that tame servant of the British establishment, the British ruling class, exposing the fact that desperate families in Afghanistan are selling their children to actually survive. And that is after 20 years of American and British rule. It is the second most hungry place in the world. You cannot say that mass hunger is a product of the Taliban rule, obnoxious as it is. It's a product of that imperialist domination and exploitation of that country over 20 years, and their support for corrupt leaders who pocketed vast amounts of money and fled with money in suitcases. That is what the war on terror has said. The war on terror has actually led to 500,000 of killing in Iraq and the killing and destruction of that country. It has led to the mass killing of women and children, the starvation. Yemen is the most hungry country in the world. The most people who are suffering from hunger, and that is under military attack because we're financing and arming and have military personnel in the command centers of the Saudi Air Force. So your action today in exposing these crimes and supporting Jeremy Corbyn is of a historic and importance to fight the crimes of the British ruling class and the American ruling class in the next period. And what is important is to take this out to broader audiences. We in the Birmingham Trade Union Council have had John Rees twice speak to our council meetings. We've had resolutions promoting this, and we are here as Birmingham Stop the War Coalition with our stall over there, and there are plenty of leaflets to actually relate to. So I'll finish with this. Congratulations on all your work. You're part of an international movement, and we are exposing and getting to the bottom of the crimes, and there will be many more crimes exposed of British imperialism and American imperialism in the coming period. Thank you very much.
Hello, perfect. Julian Assange continues to be defiant. Julian Assange continues to be defiant behind the prison walls to protect the right to all the publishers, whistleblowers, and our human rights defenders everywhere in the world. In 2019, Julian Assange wrote, "Knowing that you are there fighting for me keeps me alive in this profound isolation. For us, knowing that he's there, still fighting for our rights, for the freedom of the press, for journalism, for the future journalism, must be our motivation. Must be our motivation to bring this campaign to conclusion, so can Julian Assange can see sunlight for the first time in years and be with his family, friends and supporters to recover from the harsh cruelty that he has been survived and start the next chapter of his life and work as the brilliant, visionary, courageous journalist and publisher that Julian Assange is. The United Kingdom Crown Prosecution Service, then headed by Keir Starmer, who is now the leader of the Labour Party, contributed to create the legal and diplomatic proceedings by abusing the judiciary system and breaking the law, which has kept Julian Assange arbitrarily detained since 2010 and finally resulting his arrest and his detention in Belmarsh prison in solitary confinement. Julian Assange has been in Belmarsh prison for 2 years and a half. Where are the trials of the organizers of these criminal wars? Where are the trials of the abusers of human rights?
Oh, thank you very much.
In the United Kingdom, the Official Secret Act has been reviewed. Now journalists, independent journalists, can be persecuted for publishing leaks from intelligence agencies. We must stand up together to free Julian Assange, to free ourselves, to free the freedom of our children. Thank you.
Next we have a music performance from the Julian Assange band, and the key part of it is a group called Jam for Freedom. So welcome to them, all the rest of us joining in as the Julian Assange band. Okay, there's a bucket for donations for the musicians' expenses.
Yeah, not too loud for you.
No, I can handle it. Everyone's just rushing Campbell now. We're waiting on Campbell.
I'm probably Siraj.
Yeah.
We even turns out.
Thank you.
He said he was going to be here.
I have a petition here, and that's why I've asked for the microphone. I'd like to read it out and pass it around for people to sign. This petition addresses the judges.
You might hold this quickly. Thanks.
To the judges presiding over US versus Julian Assange. You have in front of you the case US versus Julian Assange, the publisher of media organization Wikileaks. The way this case has reached you, you are asked to deliberate on narrow aspects of the law without looking at the broader picture of the consequences of your decision.
And there will be consequences!
You are obliged to look at the law and the evidence impartially and deliberate, fulfilling your duty to society and the public. In fact, the decisions you are making are not made in your name, but on behalf of society, since it is our society that has institutionalized the function of your role, Mr. Judge. Is it okay if I carry on? Is it okay if I carry on? Yeah.
Wait, so it's Julian Assange.
Your decisions are a legal expression of the culture we share as it evolves through the centuries of our nation's existence. As members of this society, as members of the public, we hold no role and function in the proceedings before you, since there is no jury established and institutionalized in court proceedings today. We have no role or function of society today, but we, as members of society, all we can do is sit in the public gallery and come outside the court, raising our voices to be heard loud and clear, expressing our view that the prosecution of Julian Assange is not in the public interest and he should be freed by this court.
We are the jury!
Free Julian Assange! Yet, we are part of the fabric that supports your function. We fund the buildings here, the upkeep of such fine buildings. Our tax sustains you and your families. We support the good functioning of the royal courts by keeping our side of the social contract to adhere its decisions collectively. In that capacity, we beseech you, do not put upon us collectively the responsibility for Julian Assange's intellectual and physical demise. We do not want his blood on our hands as a society. Through his publishing work with Wikileaks, Julian Assange propagates society's progress through learning and increased understanding of a human condition, how the world works, how our public life really functions, fundamentally supporting the pillars of our democratic system. His work gives the opportunity for enlightenment desperately needed for people in our society. His work shines a light where we fail. Where we fail as a society, and these failures have dramatic consequences on the people's lives abroad and at home. This is why the prosecution of Julian Assange is not in the public interest. Your decision on the case before you will determine what direction our society takes for the future. Choose enlightenment, not darkness. Generations before us have given their intellectual input, hard work, sweat, and often even their lives to reach the state we live in now, without the fear of arbitrary violence unleashed upon us as a society on a massive scale. Yet, following the case of Julian Assange, the threat of losing this is evident. Our intelligence services, our police, our governments stood silent or were complicit as foreign actors planned the kidnap and murder of someone who lived amongst us. Julian Assange is one of us. His prosecution is not in the public interest. The progress this country has achieved is priceless to all of us who live here. Let our progress continue. Do not choose our intellectual and moral decline. How can it be that our society, through our institutions, can reject the fundamental humanistic values of enlightenment that Julian Assange's work with Wikileaks represents? Public opinion agrees. The prosecution of Julian Assange is not in the public interest. No jury would send him to America to face his tormentors.
4 hours and chatted.
In times when our society is tested, we find out who we truly are, how far we have reached as a society morally. This is such a moment. Do us proud. Our society looks to you. The whole world looks to us collectively. Do us proud and let us cheer at your decision. Don't make us hang our heads in shame for what we have become. The prosecution of Julian Assange is not in the public interest. Release him now! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
This is the Julian Assange Band.
Oh, pirates, they're right back. Sold out to the merchants.
Streamlabs is frozen, so I just turned the channel.
But my hand was very strong by the hand of the Almighty. Forward this generation triumphant. Won't you live to see these songs of freedom? It's all I ever had. Redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourself from some slavery. Remember ourselves get free our minds. No fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. Long shall they kidnap prophets once we stand aside and some say it's just a part of it. You got to follow the rule. Come on, don't you learn to sing the songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs. Julian now! Use the music to bring you together. Raise the vibration, raise the consciousness. Stop for the time. of freedom. Hearts and minds, right? Well, we know about our minds and hearts. I've often mentioned the name of a great singer. This person has a beautiful melodious voice. That's very important. You may not think so. It's okay for the mic. We don't hear you. Beauty is truth. A statement by Keats. We don't often think that's true. The slums are not beautiful and all that. That really reaches us, you see. A beautiful heart. I mentioned Paul Robeson. Now look him up and listen to his music. Some time ago since he died. He had a melodious, beautiful voice. He's a great fighter for freedom. This is something we haven't had, I think, even here until now. So letting that music, it goes beyond what we thought was in your heart and in your emotions. But we need that. And the wonderful song he sang, Redemption Song by Bob Marley. You know about Bob Marley. But I mean, to have that marvelous music of a song, and then with a fine, melodious, beautiful voice. You know, Elvis Presley, some of you like him. And I know something, I don't know how much, but it wasn't the melodious voice. And of course, yeah, some people sometimes he likes to not show. Well, okay, it's melodious. Music. We need it, okay?
Awesome. Eric, I thought you were going to sing your Paul Robeson song. Were you going to sing your Robeson? Were you going to sing Robes?
We're good singing. And if anyone wants to come and sing with us or join in, just come and say hello. This is what we do. We're called Jam for Freedom, jamming for Julian, Julian's band. So we're really, really grateful to be here and bring people together with music and some fantastic special guests, musicians coming and joining us later. Alright. This lady's from Sweden. Wow. Lots of international people here. Good to see you all. Bringing people together with music, that's what it's all about. about the challenge. Do you think we have to do that? Alright, this one's for all the people out there that want to break free. They want to be free. We've got to break Julian out. But that's just the beginning. I want to break free. I got to break free. I got to break free from the so satisfied. I got to break free. God knows I got to break free. I've fallen in love. I've fallen in love for the first time. This time I know it's for me. I've fallen in love. God knows I've fallen in love. It's strange, but it's true. Hey, I can't get over the way you look like you do. And that's a show when I walk in that door. Oh, I've got to be free, baby. Oh, how I've got to be free. Got to break him free. Julian Assange! Free! Julian Assange! I said free! But life still goes on. I can't get used to living without you by my side. God knows I got to make it on my own. So baby, can't you see? It's got to break free. It's got to be free. It's got to break free. God knows he's got to break free. So baby, can't you see? Oh, how he's got to break free. He's got to be free. He's got to break free. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Wikileaks.
Can someone please tell me
Thank
how
you,
the stream
Stop the War
is?
Coalition. Thank you, all the beautiful people.
Because my phone is like blurry. So if it's okay, can you put like 5.5
You guys
in
might
the
not have
chat,
heard
please?
this one, but this song's
And hello everyone. I've
been
seen hellos.
remixed
Hope everyone's
by
well.
a person called Darren Nesbitt, who writes an independent newspaper. And he's an editor of an independent newspaper called The Light. It's a great place to find information the government don't want you to hear about.
Awesome.
Just like many of these fantastic independent papers and journalists everywhere. All right, you guys ready? Singing, we are the 99%.
Thank you, everyone.
We are the 99%. Singing, we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Divine.
Let's keep up with good vibrations. That's a bit of an angry one, you can see. But let's have a bit more fun. I won't let you down. I won't let you up. I have something to say. So I won't let you down. I won't let you down. So it up for the musicians. Thank you Julian, thank you Wikileaks. Thank you for everybody standing up for truth in their lives in whatever way they can.
Long live international solidarity!
That's right, international solidarity is beautiful, man. Everyone's getting together to stand up for freedom.
The people united will never be defeated! The people united!
Thank you to the independent journalists. We've censored. We have another alternative. Any more independent journalists here today? I mean, we have some fantastic people here.
Sorry?
Yesterday I was sitting over there so sad.
K-Media?
Yeah.
I wasn't here yesterday.
No?
No,
Oh, sorry, somebody.
no, it's okay.
Somebody looked like
No, it's
me.
okay.
And I think we have some guests. You want to come and join in? We can play with you, jam with you. It's Zora, right? Okay, I think Zora's going to come join us on stage and sing some songs.
Tired, cold. How are you?
Turkish, so this is international. This is reaching all peoples now, as it should be. Freedom is international. It's for everybody.
1, 2.
And the Morning Star, and all the people that are just standing up for, you know, free press and independent press. That's what we're all about. We know, all together, whatever we believe in.
This young lady is from Kurdistan.
Yes, we're going to do that.
Part of Greater Turkey. The instrument she's having is a traditional lute from Turkey called a saz. It's got 3 courses of twin strings, a really long neck, and what's quite unusual is that it has a quarter tone scale. You'll see extra frets on the neck, so it's got a quite unusual scale to Western ears. So this is the saz, and it's an extraordinary and beautiful instrument from Turkey.
Hello everyone. Thank
Here on the People's Microphone, we have voices from all over the world. We've had a French speech from here. We've had several Spanish accents. There are people from all over the world watching what's happening here. There's media from all over the world. Sadly, not so much media here from the UK, so shame on the British media. But here we have world speakers, world music, and an event happening right here in this building of significance to the whole world, and the freedom and information of all the world's peoples. That is why we're here, to ensure that we have an ongoing supply of information about what's really happening. Act now, or you'll lose the freedom to act forever.
So you wanted to stay on.
The only way the guitar player is going to be able to follow the quarter tone notes is by doing extreme string bends.
From a poet, philosopher who lived around 15th, 14th century. His name is Pus Sultan Abdal. He was a very famous, very well-known poet, and he became a legend as he uprised against Ottoman Empire, and he was hanged, and because of his sayings and against the injustices and unfairness in his era. And in this song, he says, he says, "Don't sing triangle, as my garden is not happy because my friend, my comrade is suffering."
Ötme bülbül ötme, şen değil bağım. Dost senin derdinden, ben yana yana. Eridi fitilim, tükendi yağım. Dost senin derdinden, ben yana yana. Haydar haydar haydar, ben yana yana. Ya dost ya dost ya dost, ben yana yana. Deryada bölünmüş, sellere döndüm. Deryada bölünmüş, sellere döndüm. Vakitsiz açılan güllere döndüm. Ateşi kararmış, küllere döndüm. Dost senin derdinden, ben yana yana. Haydar haydar haydar, ben yana yana. Ya dost ya dost ya dost, ben yana yana. Haberim duyarsın peyklerine, haberim duyarsın peyklerine. Yaramı sarsınlar şeyhlerine, bin yılda da gezdim beyiklerine. Dost senin derdinden, ben yana yana. Haydar haydar haydar, ben yana yana. Ya dost ya dost ya dost, ben yana yana. Abdülpür Sultanım, doldum eksildim. Abdülpür Sultanım, doldum eksildim. Yemeden içmeden sudan kesildim. Halkımı sevdiğim için asıldım. Dost senin derdinden, ben yana yana. Haydar haydar haydar, ben yana yana. Ya dost ya dost ya dost, ben yana yana. Haberim duyarsın peyklerine, haberim duyarsın peyklerine. Yaramı sarsınlar şeyklerine. 40 yılda da gezdim geyiklerine. Dost senin derdinden, ben yana yana. Haydar haydar haydar, ben yana yana. Ya dost ya dost ya dost, ben yana yana. Abdülpür Sultanım, doldum eksildim. Abdülpür Sultanım, doldum eksildim. Yemedim içmeden sudan kesildim. Halkımı sevdiğim için asıldım. Dost senin derdinden, ben yana yana. Haydar haydar haydar, ben yana yana. Ya dost ya dost ya dost, ben yana yana. Ben yana yana. Thank you, Julian.
Do we want another one? Yes, something different.
Go for a Kurdish one. Zara, Dane Kurdi bro.
Thing to shout out is Çok Güzel.
Çok güzel. Çok teşekkür.
It's great.
Zara
Çok
Kurdi
Güzel.
bro.
Where's the one more? Üsküdar, Üsküdar. Üsküdar'a biber. Üsküdar.
And this song is about those who fail to stand against injustice and fairness.
Yeah, I mean, when we get a chance,
I've got 83 at the moment. Because like 1 o'clock they might not. There's one over.
Uzaktan yakından yuh çekme bana, sana senin gibi baktım ise yuh. Efendi görünüp bütün insana hakkınlarını yıktım ise yuh soyanlara, soyup kaçıp doyanlara, insana kıyanlara, yuh nefsine uyanlara yuh.
Put your hands together for freedom!
Thank you. That's person from Speaker's Corner, isn't it? It's the person from Speaker's Corner. Why are there so many please? All right. Don't know, but why is there so many police? There weren't yesterday, were there? Weren't shown. It's even an undercover cop car. Unusual amount of police. Yeah, of course, thank you so much. He thought something was happening, but he's going to keep us updated. So if something happens, he's going to call us. Sorry. Hi Rex. The issue, and Siraj had this issue yesterday, the mainstream get there before anyone else can.
Hakim olanlar suçsuzun başına dostuz, çektim ise yuh soyanlara, soyup kaçıp doyanlara, insana kıyanlara, yuh nefsine uyanlara, yuh soyanlara, soyup kaçıp doyanlara, insana kıyanlara, yuh nefsine uyanlara, yuh. Masuniyim benden başlar asalet, başlar asalet. Asillere faydos faydos, beğeni hayret. Şu insanlık dertlere düşerse şayet, ben onu sevmekte geçersem yolu soyanlara, soyup kaçıp doyanlara, insana kıyanlara, nesne
Hi, Chris.
Yeah, that's what I was
Can I ask how you feel about the situation with Assange at the moment and him perhaps getting extradited to the US?
Well, whatever happens, it looks like it's going to be weeks before anything further gets done anyway. They're just dragging it out, dragging it out, dragging it out. And, it must be hell in there.
And how do you feel about the conditions of him in the prison currently?
Well, it sounds like he's having a really rough time, yeah. He was... they've got a suicide line in the prison that he was using on a regular basis, and they've kept him in there. It's about 2.5 years now, that's it. And why do you keep a gentle person like that in a top security prison? What's the point? What's that about? Unless you want to, what they say, torture him and make an example, to fear for other people who want to do the same sort of thing. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
What do you think of the outcome for today will be? Do you think he'll get freed or extradited? Or?
Well, even if they go against the Americans and uphold the earlier decision not to extradite, the Americans can still go ahead and appeal yet again and string it out and string it out. So, the best we can hope for is that in a few weeks' time that these guys agree with the earlier decision not to extradite, and then the Americans come to their senses and say, okay, enough's enough, let's drop it. But it's just doing American interests a lot of damage, in my opinion, because in the end, ordinary people are going to start to wake up to what's going on here. That they've been treating this person rather badly, and that they're threatening press freedom big time, and that really doesn't look good for America. When that guy, that Chinese artist, Huawei, comes out and says, you talk about Chinese prisoners, political prisoners, when you're keeping Assange, you're no better than them. It's just a huge embarrassment for America, and this time they woke up and saw that.
What do you think this means for journalism, the whole Assange situation?
It's really bad news, isn't it? That anyone else who's thinking of leaking information about what we do in our wars is, could be facing 175 years in prison, because they know that now they can throw the Patriot Act, and even if they're not an American citizen, no matter where they are in any corner of the world, if you leak a dirty secret, the Americans, they can pack you up, get you over to America and put you in prison for the rest of your life, in a really nasty prison. So who's going to be brave enough to, whose conscience is going to be big enough when you see ugly things going on? Are you going to say, yeah, but the rest of my life in almost conditions of torture, if I tell the truth? No, I'll keep quiet.
Do you think that Assange should have been jailed, or do you think he should have just been set free straight away?
I think it would be nice to rewrite history and say for the Swedes to have promised that they wouldn't extradite him if he went back to face the charges over there. But, you know, I can't rewrite history. It's clear now that America, right from the start, have been out to get him. Even before the Swedish things, they were bribing people to tell lies. They've used every excuse to blacken his name. You know, he's done some wrong stuff, there's no doubt about it, but he's nowhere in the league of what they've thrown at him and what the media have jumped on the bandwagon and exaggerated it into.
How do you feel about how the media has presented the story?
It's shocking, really. You know, it's just like, you know, the kind of rich guys, establishment figures who own most of the media, their interest is to keep people like Assange quiet. And so the journalists who work for them know that. They know what side their bread's buttered. They're not going to rock the boat. So,
thank you.
Handing over to the other PA system now.
Hold on. What did the person do you in?
Thanks very much. So this is the second and final day of this appeal hearing, and to explain to you how we see how the morning's gone, first of all I'm going to call on Rebecca Vincent from Reporters Without Borders.
Hello. So we've gotten back into Monitor this morning only because I was on the families list. things are a little less tense than yesterday. There were more people allowed into the public gallery. The judge banned devices about halfway through, saying that mobile phone use was distracting in the public gallery. Right. Okay. So, we began to hear the defense's response to the prosecution's arguments from yesterday. So, a lot of the substance so far has focused on explaining exactly how mental health works, how depression works, right? Because of the things that were willfully misinterpreted yesterday by the prosecution, explaining that how if Julian Assange is extradited, he loses access to his family, to his support system here, that this risk of suicide is not contingent only on special administrative procedures or his specific place of detention, but related to the conditions itself, and that would exacerbate the mental health issues that he currently suffers, and that he would be very likely to act on that impulse. So another difficult warning, because this is difficult substance matter, right? So we do continue to express concern about Julian Assange's mental health. This is one reason that we've always called for his release, but as you guys know, we also believe that he shouldn't be detained at all. So he's been targeted for his contributions to journalism. Nobody should be facing this for publishing information in the public interest. So we'll be back this afternoon, and I'll say a bit more at the end of the day.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Next up, we're going to hear from Kristen Harvardson, who's the editor-in-chief of Wikileaks.
It was extraordinary this morning to notice that Julian's lawyers had to spend a lot of time and effort in countering the extraordinary attacks by the US lawyers on Barrecha and her reliance on the expert witness of a distinguished professor in this country, a neuropsychiatrist who analyzed or interviewed Julian and came to the decision that he was in no condition to be extradited. They are hanging on small threads, which tells us how thin this case is. They were arguing that because the Professor Koppelman, did leave out in his preliminary report the fact that Julian had Stella as a partner and 2 children, that he was unreliable. The preliminary report was handed to the court, I think 10 months before he handed his final report with a full disclosure. So that goes to show how thin the case is. And why did the professor leave out the name of Stella? He explained it himself. It wasn't because Julian asked for it or Stella, because he felt for her safety. And why what was he considered about her safety and the children? Yes, because the information was becoming noted. We were actually having information out about the extraordinary measures that were being taken against Julian inside the embassy, and indeed against Stella and the children, by stealing the nappy, by spying on all activity inside the Ecuadorian embassy, about the plots to poison Julian, about the plots to kidnap him. So that all was brought forth by Julian's lawyers this morning, as well as countering this extraordinary attempt by the US lawyers to have the Professor Koppelman's testimony thrown out, which would be absurd. But at the end of the day, let's not forget what this is all about. Why are we here? This is a political persecution of a journalist who exposed war crimes and the secrets of the United States. We are here because a journalist is being prosecuted for doing his job. The true crime is journalism. This must end. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. And I think this morning was definitely one of those moments when the old adage that a lie can circle the world while the truth is still getting to its feet was on evidence in the court. And you have to remember this: it takes so long for Julian's defense lawyers to unpick the half-truths, semi-truths and complete lies that are told here, not just because of what's said in court, but because of what's said outside of court, in the press and in public opinion. So every journalist here, every citizen here has a part to play in making sure that when the defence lawyers get in court, the truth is established as the context of this court case, not lies. And they're going to call on Stella Morris, Julian's partner, to tell you her thoughts.
Hi everyone. Yes, this morning we were able to counter all of the lies that the US presented yesterday. These lies are there to distract, to take up time, and to reduce our ability or our time to respond and draw attention to the issues that matter, to the true nature of the political persecution in this case, which is being furthered through the UK courts. We were able to go through the timeline of events since Julian's arrest, or even before that, how he had been spied on in the embassy. His lawyers had been targeted by name. The Spanish lawyer's office was broken into. His lawyer's notes were seized and copied. Our eldest son's DNA was instructed to be stolen. My mother was followed. I was followed. Julian was spied on in every little detail. And we knew this almost as soon as Julian was arrested, because whistleblowers who had been working in these illegal operations couldn't live with themselves, and they went to the press and they went to the Spanish police and they said that they had taken part in these illegal operations against Julian. And that started coming out in 2019, and it is in that context that the medical expert was concerned for my safety, because at the same time the Spanish courts had evidence that there were discussions of poisoning Julian and kidnapping him from the embassy. Now, just a few weeks ago, we learned that on the other side of the Atlantic, at CIA headquarters, these plans, these operations were being planned under the directorship of Mike Pompeo. We have an extraordinary situation where we have evidence of the people who are carrying out the operations in this Spanish company in the embassy, and we have the people who were planning these operations, including planning to assassinate Julian, planning to kidnap him, planning to rendition him, planning shootouts in CIA headquarters in Virginia, just a few miles from where the court is, where Julian would be tried if he were to be extradited. The US wants to take Julian to the Eastern District of Virginia, to an area that is full of security contractors, where the CIA is based, where you can expect what the jury will look like. To extradite Julian would certainly mean that he would be convicted of journalism under the Espionage Act. This case is just about journalism. It's just about the persecution of a journalist. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So this afternoon will be the concluding afternoon of the appeal hearing. Julian's lawyers will be on their feet for most of the afternoon, continuing the argument they put this morning, but for the final half an hour of this afternoon's hearing. It will be back to James Lewis and the prosecution to reply to the arguments that the defence is putting. So we'll be back here at 4:30 after the hearing closes, and we'll be interpreting and explaining how we see the afternoon's events unfolding. See you later.
Here's a fat liar!
That's what I mean, it would last me about an hour. Up in like North Korea!
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Journalism is not a crime! Corruption is! We must know the truth!
Ce qui arrive ici, c'est très important pour le monde entier. Liberté pour Julian Assange. And now we will go back to the Julian Assange band.
Svobodu Assange! That's Russian, Venus. We're doing French, let's have Russian.
Listen, to summarise what Wikileaks and Stella have said over there, this court we are witnessing is the greatest injustice this century. It's an absolute sham court. This is a kangaroo court. It stands for nothing. We have the future of the free press at stake here. We need people to just say this is so wrong. We need to stop this. Thank you very much. Kangaroo court! Who can jump here? Kangaroo court! 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 Kangaroo court!
Can I ask how you feel about the Julian Assange situation at the moment?
It's free Julian Assange.
I think the case today
All we are saying is free Julian Assange.
and that essentially it's about
All we are saying is tortoise and lie. All we are saying
if there's any testament
is tortoise and lie. That is the key witness, Brian. All we are saying is tortoise and lie. Who are you working for? Court system, who are you working for? You're working for the people? Or you're working for people that like to bomb children and take them away onto little islands? I wonder what the answer to that question is. One more time. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. We need him free. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. All we are saying is free peace and love and truth. All we are saying is peace and love. All we are saying is we want truth and love. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Assange. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Free him now! All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Hands up! All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Journalism's not a crime. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Please love of Wikileaks. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Journalism's not a crime. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Freedom for the people. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Freedom for truth. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Peace, love and Wikileaks. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. What about the creators? All we are saying is tortoise and light. It was bright. All we are saying is tortoise and light. And it was bright. All we are saying is tortoise and light. The key witness. All we are saying is tortoise and light. And what about the US? All we are saying is the USA spied. All we are saying illegally, the USA spied. Followed. All we are saying is the USA spied. Broke into the offices. All we are saying is the USA spied. All we are saying for Julian is free Julian Assange. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. So we want peace and love. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Journalism not a crime. All we are saying is free Julian Assange. Peace, love and Wikileaks. All we are saying.
We're just going to say hi to Wills and Laura. You have to direct me because I don't know where I'm going. Oh, Willsie's doing a speech. Yeah. Oh, I thought they had. You right, Laura?
Alright, hello.
How have you been?
I'm actually really good today. I've actually had some sleep today.
That's good. It's not editing all night, though.
No, I edited this morning.
Oh, alright.
I started the videos this morning and ran up, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Did you go into the court today?
Oh, no, I didn't go into the court. Oh, Will's been in the court though.
Yeah. How was it yesterday?
Well, the whole event. Yeah. Well, it was loads of people. Massive value. Loads of people. In fact, it was so noisy yesterday. I was sitting there, you had to walk away from it.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you. How you doing?
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
I'm taking over Will's live stream. Are you going back?
Fair enough.
I don't like live streaming.
So you're the editor, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's nice how you guys work together.
Yeah, we're trying to like sort of meld our jobs a little bit so we can do a little bit of each other's jobs as well.
Yeah. Did Will's go into the court?
Yeah, he's in the overflow for those, so it's just like the screens.
Yeah.
Apparently, like, it's really bad quality. Like, it flicks up every now and again. It's probably hearing what he knows. So
I heard it because I was watching Toronto chat. How Julian was only on for like 4 minutes. That's ridiculous.
last time, we had him in a glass box, and there was a little slit in the floor, and he didn't have any contact with the legal team. He had to pull the floor and pass notes to the legal team right down the back. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I'll catch you later. Thanks. I just thought I'd say hi. What? Oh, right.
I take commemoration on the previous day that's really fun about the Champation River.
I'm just going to quickly refresh my stream because I can't see the chat, so bear with me. So I can see chat now. Hi Eddie, you're a known troll. Moggle, hi. Muggles. Sorry, I haven't been able to look at the chat, so I'm really sorry about that. Hold on, I'll go next to the road. Second reply. This is. Okay, here. For streaming right now. Hello. Sorry, I was talking to the chat. Have you?
I just did keep a few interviews with them. I tried to get to know with it's not a moment where I can really hear him, so I just like to interview somebody else.
Yeah. Eddie, you're a troll, get off my chat, and you're subscribed to me.
I'll hide him to you. It's fine, no. Because I'm a moderator.
Yeah.
I'll show myself hiding Eddie. Eddie, we're hiding you. Oh yeah, already headed by DG. It's fine.
Oh, thank you, Steve.
Cheers, DG. What a legend. Thank you, DG.
For streaming right now, I'm using an iPhone 8s. I don't think Julian Assange should be in prison, and for what he is in prison for, releasing a strike on Iraq, the government should have said that anyway. So that's just completely unfair. And I made a channel because the mainstream media doesn't do any of this. How many interviews have you done?
I've done like, I don't know, I think like 5 already.
Oh, that's good. I only did one.
Just got off a few people and just asked my questions.
Yeah. Oh, it's really funny. I've got it on subscriber mode. Like, so only people subscribed to more than 5 minutes can type in the chat. So I'm figuring out how many trolls are subscribed to me.
Well, they're helping you.
Exactly.
They're helping you.
That's what I said to Mum. I was like, well, if they're going to troll me, at least do me a favour. I said to Mum, can you donate to me? But all the trolls, can you donate to me and just put messages under the donate message?
Helping you.
Yeah, at least give me money for it.
At least you're getting onto the admin pages.
Exactly. At least they're helping. Harvey Price obviously came on.
Julian Assange!
But he can't spam the 2-second timer, so.
Harvey Price was literally the reason I was taken down for weeks.
That's great. And then you have to mute yourself.
My next time he comes onto the chat, I'll just say Harvey Price. I'll just name and shame on the
Yeah, that's what I do. That's the fake Slashville. I've already spoken to Slashville.
Are you planning on staying here all day today?
I think, what, staying here?
Yeah.
I don't know what my mum wants to do after. Are you planning to?
I don't know, just gonna.
My mum's targeted on the chat lately, so I'm trying to keep an eye on her. I've just lost her.
She moderator?
Yeah, no, because I don't trust my parents moderating, so.
I mean, I was gonna make my dad moderator, but then I was like, not really.
Yeah, exactly. Should we go to Jam for Freedom?
Sure.
Don't get targeted on my chat. Don't get targeted on my chat. I am I? No, you're not. I'm just saying, don't get targeted on my content. I know, I'm just calling them on. Yeah. What time is it? Oh, Mick Mudd's also a troll. Yeah. 77 Yeah.
Imagine being so sad you have to troll a child. What a sad, pathetic life they must have.
Mick, just subscribe just to troll, that's not really fun, is it? You look nice.
It's alright.
You look nice. You look awesome.
You can stick your censorship up your ass. You can stick your censorship up your ass. You can stick your censorship. Stick shit. Stick your censorship up your ass. Come on now.
Fake boxing man. Hi Muggles. I'm okay.
Remember people singing we are the 1990s. Together we are mighty. We are the 1990s. You can stick your phony walls up your ass.
Thanks, Steve.
You can stick your phony walls up your ass. You can stick your phony walls. Stick your phony walls. Stick your phony walls up your ass. Singing we are the 1990s. Singing we are the 1990s. Singing we are the 1990s. Together we are mighty. We are the 1990s. You can stick your corruption up your ass. You can stick your corruption up your ass. You can stick your corruption, stealing all our money. Stick your corruption up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick your mainstream media up your. You can stick your mainstream media up your ass. You can stick your mainstream media, your lying, thieving media. Stick your mainstream media up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick your child fiddlers up your ass. You can stick your child fiddlers up your ass. You can stick your child fiddlers. Stick your child fiddlers. Stick your like Jimmy Savile and all the rest. Do some plans. Singing we are the 99%. We are strong. We are the 99%. We are strong. We are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick your corrupt courts up your ass. You can stick your corrupt courts up your ass. You can stick your corrupt courts. Stick your corrupt courts. Stick them right up your ass, you liars. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. Tell the truth. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order.
Muggles, I'll answer your question now whilst looking at the signs. I started my channel because the mainstream media wasn't covering anything, really. I was watching like Resistance TV, Tyrant Finder UK and channels like that. They weren't reporting any of it. The mainstream media weren't reporting what they were reporting. And I wanted to do it more for my age range. Which actually, looking at my analytics, I'm like 18 to 24 is my youngest, which is quite funny, but that's fine. But that's why I started it.
Julian Assange, free! 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 Julian Assange. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Wikileaks. Thank you all of you for being here. Thank you for letting the world know. You know what's going on. Thank you for letting the world know the light about the corruption and the evil around them and the system. Thank you to the independent journalists here today. Seriously said, another alternative. There's another gentleman here. K Media. Resistance GP, actual coverage, actual interview, if he's around. Everybody, all of you amazing independents out there. Because the truth has got to be out. We've got to get the truth out, man. We've got to get it all out there with the Morning Star as well. There you go. Listen, man. Keep plugging it. I'll try my best, brother. We love it. We love the independent. It's all about freedom. Stand for freedom. I stand with you, okay? Guests that want to come sing or join in today? Anyone want to come and perform for us? Have we got any special guests? Do you want to play? Hi, we'll do one more. Oh, we got a special guest. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go? If I stay here, we'll be trouble. But if I leave, it will be double. So come on and let me know. Should I stay or should I go? It's always tease, tease, tease. You love me when I'm on my knees. Darling, you've just got to say, want me another day. So come on and let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I stay, it will be trouble. If I leave, it will be trouble. So come on and let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go? We gotta get Julian free now. They wanna take him to the US for a kangaroo court. So come on, we say no. He will not go, he will stay. He's gotta stay, stay, stay. Gotta stay, stay, stay. He's not going today. He's gotta stay, stay, stay. So darling, just let me know. Will he stay or will he go now? Will he stay or will he go now? Will he stay or will he go now? If he stays, there will be trouble. If he goes, there will be double, triple, a million. Come on and let me know. Will he stay or will he go now? I think we want free, Julian Assange, 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 free, freedom.
Mum isn't a mod because I don't trust her, and she doesn't want to be one.
Freedom! 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 Singing, we are the 99%. You guys better know this. Singing, we are the 99%. Freedom! Singing, we are the 90. Together we are mighty. One more time. We are the 99%. So you can stick your censorship up your ass. So you can stick your censorship up your ass. You can stick your censorship. You're on a sinking ship. Stick your censorship up your ass. Sing it together. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. United. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick your mainstream media up your ass. Liars, you can stick your mainstream media up your ass. You can stick your mainstream media. Stick your mainstream media. Welcome to Jimmy Savile. Stick up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. Stick your corrupt courts up your ass. You can stick your corrupt courts up your ass. You can stick your corrupt courts. Stick your corrupt courts. You liars, stick your corrupt courts up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Come on, let's go. Alright, let's just finish this bit off, yeah? One more time. You can stick your extradition up your ass. You can stick your extradition up your ass. You can stick your extradition. We only have one decision. Stick your extradition up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. United. Singing we are the 90%. Together we are mighty. The 99%. Unite all the freedom fighters together. Take back our freedom. Freedom for all people. Freedom to live, travel, work. Freedom to your journalist. Freedom to reveal the truth. Freedom to protect and look after your family. That's what it's all about. Free Julian Assange. One more time. Free Julian Assange. Julian Assange, free, 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 Julian Assange, truth, free, Julian Assange, peace, free, Julian Assange, love, free, Julian Assange, truth, free, Julian Assange, peace, free, Julian Assange, love, free, Julian Assange. I think we can do that forever and ever. Is there a speaker? Someone gonna? Alright, thank you guys, thank you Julian, thank you Wikileaks, thank you everyone.
We want to make a brief announcement, and then I think we can probably carry on having some music, because we're doing a very good job of showing how we feel about what's going on here. But we have a petition for the judges. I'm not quite sure where it is. Actually, can we? Okay, do you want to come round on this one? This is the one. This is the one that's got a bit of oomph to it, this microphone. And we've got a petition, and it's going to explain to the judges exactly what we want.
Yes, hello everybody. So, it's us, we're the 99%, and one of the ways in which we can show our concern and be part of that 99% is to sign a petition to the judges. It's at the desk with the green canopy, just down the road there a little bit. So if you want to, I really urge you to go and sign that. It's a very, very moving, clear statement to the judges to do their duty by us and by themselves for a fair and just society. So do sign it.
Can I ask if anyone is here, everyone that is here in support of Julian Assange? We want absolutely everyone here who supports him to sign the petition. Don't fail to sign the petition, because that's one of the things in our armoury that's going to get him out of this place so we can fight this kind of corruption. So take it in turns, but we want everyone's signature down on there. I'm going to go and put my own name down on there in pen. I urge everyone to do that. Anyone else you can talk into doing it who supports Julian Assange, do that as well. Thank you very much, and I hope we can resume the entertainment
and that will counter the evil going on in there. We will show you the kind of spirit of the British people out here, our support for truth-telling, free journalism. That's what we're doing out here. We're showing what the British people actually think. I'm standing here dressed up as a judge. I'm the judge of public opinion. That's my dominion out here. And I'm saying I'm going to decree that Julian Assange is an innocent man and that he should be set free. I think that should be done straight away without any delay. That's what we want to see. Free Julian Assange! Let me hear you say it! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! But don't forget to sign the petition just over there. Otherwise he might not be freed. So, if he's not freed and you didn't sign it, you know it was your fault. So, okay, has everyone signing the petition?
That's great, yeah. Can you get me a petition as well? I'd love to sign it.
Where is it? Oh, yeah.
Whenever that's ready.
Can you ask if anyone's got a blue Ford Fiesta?
Has anybody got a blue Ford Fiesta? An announcement for anyone with a vehicle here today. Has anyone got a blue Ford Fiesta? Come and speak to this gentleman.
Thank you. I don't know anyone.
A vehicle announcement if anyone has a blue Ford Fiesta. Guys, if anyone's wondering what's going on here today, there is a man
There's one person just like,
who is a political prisoner in this country who's been letting people know the truth about what's going on with the governments, including their dealings with children and islands, as well as their bombings of children in thousands of miles away. Completely insane what's going on, totally illegal, unjust wars that have helped nobody except for their own and their own pockets. Guys, this is evil. This is a disgrace to our democracy, a disgrace to our ancestors that fought for freedom and our heritage of truth and fairness. We must stand up for this. Guys, we're going to play some songs today to unite the people, because we are the 99%. Isn't that right? We're all the 99%, because if you're standing on the path of truth, love and peace and freedom, then you are the 99%, and that is the powerful thing right here, guys. Because there is a 1%, I think it's even less than that. It's tiny, man. They're nothing, and they're trying to steal your freedoms all across the globe. We know that. But you guys, we've got to unite. We've got to raise the vibrations, bring people together. Let's get ready. Let's get dancing. Let's make sure those energies are harnessed in the right direction. The music's going to help you do that today. So thank you, Julian. Thank you, Wikileaks. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your hard work. Let's keep this going. They're not going to get us down. We'll be going to the beat of the drum, fighting against tyranny. So our strings just getting changed now. But if you guys were just wondering who we are, we're a collective of musicians called Jam for Freedom. We've been touring the UK. We've got 7 international chapters in Canada where they're playing on an indigenous reservation in support of their freedoms. We've got people in Australia who have been locked down unlawfully, told they can't work, can't live, can't travel. It's insane what's going on across the globe, not just with Julian, but there's so many things. There's so much we could talk about here today. But Jam for Freedom, we're in 7 different countries at the moment: Switzerland, Spain, Australia, Ireland, the UK, and Canada. Should be the United States and so many other places. But what we do is we just unite musicians against global tyranny, and we've got a lot of that. We've got some of that going on here today, guys. People telling us that we can't have the truth, and that the people that tell the truth must be locked up. Now, isn't that ironic? We've got a church over there. Didn't Jesus die on the cross telling the truth? Haven't we had enough people die from telling the truth? Like, why do we need more? It's sort of, you know, it's terrible. Why are you going against the symbol on your own flag? The story that we had with Jesus, that's enough. We've had someone die for the truth. We know the truth. It's peace and it's love and it's unity of all people. Let's get on with it, okay? Free Julian Assange! Free him! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! We are the 99%. Singing, we are the 99%. If you stand for freedom, singing, we are the 90%. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. Make sure they know that. Okay, I think our guitar might be close to be. We've got one more string to chuck on. Okay, we're gonna go with one string less. And we got another cable so John can get involved as well. Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Wikileaks. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, freedom fighters. Thank you, defenders of freedom. Let's play some more tunes now to help raise the vibration, because we were here since 8:30 yesterday, and musicians have been here since about 11 today. How you going, man? You cool? Good stuff. Alright. Right, what do you want to do now? Rocking in the free world. What else do you want? We could just make shit up. Right? And if there's any singers or musicians want to come and join the Jam for Freedom today, jam it for Julian. Just come and say hi, and we can get you on some kind of instrument here. We can get you on the mic. Yeah, I can get that. Cool. I've got the lyrics on. Tell me about the pie up in the sky. Wait. That one? You might know it a lot better than me. Alright, Chris is going to sing one for you now. First time I met Chris was in a park in West London where I got arrested for playing music that was in support of freedoms and helping people's mental health. But it's all cool. It was an illegal arrest, unlawful, and we've been working on getting them to pay me for what they did. Everything was fine, don't worry guys, it's all good.
Tune in between friends. Okay. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, they tell me of a pie up in the sky, waiting for me when I die. But between the day you're born and when you die, they never seem to hear you when you cry. So as sure as the sun will shine, I'm gonna get my share of what's mine. And then the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. Oh yeah, the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. Where the oppressors are trying to bring me down, trying to drive me to the ground, and they think that I have got the Bible won. I say forget them all, they know not where they come. Cause as sure as the sun will shine, I'm gonna get my share of what's mine. And then the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. Oh yeah, the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. Free, Julian Assange. 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 Well, I'd rather be a free man in my grave than living as a puppet or a slave. And I'd rather Julian was free than living stuck in a cage. Cause as sure as the sun will shine, I'm gonna get my share of what's mine. And then the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. Oh yeah, the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. Free, Julian Assange. 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 Free, Julian Assange, free, free, Julian Assange. Free, free, Julian Assange, 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 free, free, Julian Assange.
Guys, give it up for Chris.
Excuse me.
And Chris is going to have to head off now.
Are you okay with having an interview?
Why not?
What do you think about the situation with Assange maybe being extradited back to the US?
Well, this is part of a deal that
He's not being
the
tried
last
as one.
Blair-right Islamophobic war criminal government did with the US. It's a way for them to ensure that the truth of their war crimes is never publicised. They're hoping to send it back to the US, which is what clear Stammer's been implicated in, saying the shootout in the streets of London, and there's been talk of having him killed if they can't send him back to the US, so that we don't know the full truth of the Blair-right war crimes, because they're hoping that another Blair-right war criminal government will be elected soon under Keir Starmer. And they are very worried that they may not succeed like they did in '97 and like the war criminals did in Germany in 1933. The public was fully aware of what's happening. So this is why there is this monumental effort to silence Assange. The irony is, of course, that our Blair-right brainwashing corporation, the BBC, and our Blair-right politicians would, if, say, the journalist was a name like Julian Assange, if he had been reporting on war crimes committed by the Soviets during their invasion of Afghanistan, and if he had been put into a Russian jail or even a Chinese Hong Kong jail, they'd be free to front to liberty and human rights, and they'll be demanding his release.
How do you feel about Julian Assange's conditions in Belmarsh prison, if you know anything about them?
I've heard about them. There's been a lot of coronavirus supposedly killing prisoners in Belmarsh. I don't believe it's a very nice prison to be in. But of course, if he could conveniently die, that would help the Blairites cover up the truth about themselves and help ensure that at the next general election the public isn't fully aware of the kind of war criminal Blairite party they might be asked to elect in replace of Boris Johnson's Conservative Party.
Thank you. How do you feel about the situation of Julian Assange maybe being extradited?
Well, first and foremost, I'm unhappy with the fact that some of his team are not allowed in for the proceedings. It's not fair. But as you can see, we're outside the Royal Courts of Justice, justice question mark. I'm not really happy because I don't think he's been given a fair trial, to be honest, because of his health as well. They've deprived him from basic medical necessities, and they're actually trying to sort of kill him off. Everyone knows this. I always say one thing, and that is that it was never meant to be shown to the public what goes on behind the magician's curtain, the dirty tricks that's kept under their sleeve, and also what goes on behind the curtain as well. This was never meant for us to see. But Julian Assange has made life easier for everyone now, even especially for humanity, to see what goes on behind the curtain. So on that aspect, he has my full support. One thing about the British legal system, the English legal system, is that they're colluding with the US. You know, they're not looking at human rights, for example. Important questions are not being answered, and they're manipulating things to suit their own agenda. Matter of fact is, Julian Assange is a hero. Everyone knows it. Even the big corporations, the media corporations. And one thing that is very saddening is that they're going for Julian Assange. They're not going for the big media publishers or the corporations that publish information as well. So where are they? They're nowhere to be found. So it's not fair. And also, I believe that more and more supporters come and unite together, we can create a very powerful movement. And that's one thing that the government is scared of. They're not scared of Julian Assange walking out, really. They're scared of him walking out with a powerful movement that can change journalism, investigative journalism, and also freedom of information. So I think that's what they're scared of. But if I were Julian Assange, I would leave prison because you're not safe over here, bro. You're not, because they'll come and get you. If you look at what happened to Princess Diana, they killed her off, and many others as well. I'm sorry to say, but it's not a safe land for Julian Assange to be in. He has seen what they've done to him in prison. They're continuing to do so, and it looks like they're after him. Even if he walks out freely from jail, I really, really hope they do leave him alone. But as we all know from past experiences and past events, I don't think so they will leave him alone, because he's a very powerful figure. In fact, he's one of the most powerful people in the last century. Yeah.
Do you believe, like, whatever result happens today, it'll be a massive moment in history?
Well, if it goes Assange's way, then yes, justice has been served, because you have to look at things from every different angle, lawyers. If it goes the US's way, it's sad, really. It's sad. If you look at the US's case, it's really weak. I mean, I'm not inside the courtroom, but it seems so that it's really, really weak. We don't know what's going to happen after 6 weeks. But also, one thing I would like to point out is Stella Morris, please. I'm not a qualified lawyer, but one of my friends actually told me this, that if Julian Assange wins, if he succeeds, make sure a habeas corpus application is filed, so that the judge do look into releasing Julian Assange from the prison, because habeas corpus is to do with body detention. He shouldn't be detained in prison. So yeah, if Julian Assange does succeed, Julian Assange defense team, they should file an application for habeas corpus immediately. But yeah, I hope it goes Assange's way, because there are many other issues that needs to be addressed. Freedom of information, for example, human rights, for example, his medical condition, for example, publishing information, for example. Publishing is not a crime. It's not. Why is it a crime? It's not. And also, he has exposed what goes on behind the magician's curtain. That it was a circus show we were never meant to see. He's revealed this. He's revealed the entire show, the workings, and also the plans as well. And it looks like the establishment, the governments, and so-called world leaders are really upset because he has disturbed a very important, an important war, a war which was illegal, which cost many lives. So yeah, I hope it goes Assange's way because of the issues I've just outlined.
Do you believe that Assange was only revealing what the government should have told their own people?
The government agenda is not to help the people at all, and we all know that. aside Assange, you have Daniel Ellsberg, for example, Edward Snowden, Bradley Manning, and other whistleblowers. You had, let's not forget, Gary McQuinnan. 10 years ago, he was pardoned by Theresa May, who was at that time was the Prime Minister of. She was the Prime Minister of England, and she pardoned Gary McQuinnan. He was a hacker, and she actually put a stop to his extradition to USA. So let's not forget that case as well. That applies to Julian Assange's case as well. Exactly the same thing. It was based on his health grounds. Julian Assange exactly going to do the same thing as well. So end of the day, the government is, I'm sorry to say, but as we all know, the government is not here to help us. They're only here to help their agenda. So is the Royal Courts of Justice. But again, we don't know what the Royal Courts of Justice have made in the judgment yet. We still have to wait. But let's not forget, Princess Diana's case was held at the Royal Courts of Justice, and Mohammed Al Fayed spent over £1 million. Where did it get him? What justice did he get? Huh? What justice did the Royal Courts of Justice serve him? Nothing. So money doesn't play any part at all. It's to do with justice, and let's see what let's see the judgment. But we'll have to wait and see. But I do believe one thing, and that is that it's up to individuals like us who will become tomorrow's information publishers, who will become whistleblowers, who will do what's the right thing for humanity, and that's telling the truth. And one thing I would like to also point out is this quote by George Orwell. My entire answer is more or less based on what George Orwell has said, and this is really, really true. We've got to fight for the truth, and that's what Julian Assange is doing right now. It's not about exposing crimes, it's about exposing the truth, and we have to fight for the truth. That's why we're all here, and that's the reason why.
How do you feel about mainstream media coverage on the Julian Assange story?
Sorry, was that?
How do you feel about the mainstream media coverage of
Well, again, one thing you have to understand that mainstream media is state-owned. They work for the government. And as we all know, they're not here. So if you look around, I see RT, but hey, they're with us, they're the people's media. But if you look at other media corporations, they're nowhere to be found. Yes, they were making money off Julian Assange's story, weren't they? And filling their pockets with dollar notes. That was fine, oh yeah. When it came to storytelling, story selling, they were at the front lines. But when Julian's in court, nowhere to be found. So what mainstream media? You mean mainstream media that works for the government? Oh, that mainstream media, right. That have a different narrative. Right. Again, George Orwell. It has to be George Orwell. It has to be George Orwell. So yeah, the mainstream media is not doing a good job because they're biased, number one, as we all know. And number two, their agenda is only to sell the story and make money. They are not here to support Julian Assange. They don't care about Julian Assange. Yeah, they cared when the story initially broke out because they made them a lot of money. Hey, but it didn't make Julian Assange a billionaire, did it? It didn't fill Julian Assange's pockets with money. No, it didn't at all. But he did one thing for humanity. And there is no journalist and no media corporation that's ever done what Julian Assange has done. And that is to tell the truth at a wide scale. He has done the job of a media corporation, and he's also done the job of an investigative journalist. What the media should be doing in the first place. Julian Assange has done it expertly.
Go back to Jam for Freedom for a little while. Well, I haven't got a camera.
Thank you Julian, thank you WikiLeaks.
Just having a break. My back's hurting. Hello everyone in the chat.
Is John around to come and sing with us? John, I can see you back there with the red jacket. I think it is your turn to join us on stage now. Guys, this is a jam for freedom, jamming for Julian. We've been playing all year during the lockdowns in parks and high streets, helping people with mental health and making sure people are aware of their liberties. Julian is a massive, massive part. Julian is a huge part. Julian could be the most important part of this freedom that we all seek and we all deserve. The freedom to know the truth, the freedom to be a journalist and find out what is really going on with the governments and the powers that be, the so-called powers that be. Although we are the 99%, so we're the power. All we have to do is unite and it's game over. I think we're doing that today. I think we're working towards that. Step by step, unite the people. We're going to play some more music for you now, raise the vibrations. Anyone new that's just joining us or just checking this out, there is a gentleman, a political prisoner being held in this country where they are hoping to extradite him to the United States for 175 years in jail, where goodness knows what will happen to him. But we are doing our best to raise the vibration and make sure that we jam for him, jam for his freedom, jam for the freedom of all peoples across the world, wherever you're from.
Well said, well said.
We're all free and you all deserve to know the truth about corruption. It's the only way we can live in harmony, it's the only way we can live a good life for us, for our children, for all generations. We have to know the truth because it's a sickness. And that sickness could spread to the rest of the society. It's like a rotten apple, it spreads to everywhere. We've just got to stop it now, that's it, simple. And we're going to get Julian out, that's a massive part of what we are, the battle that we're facing at the moment. But we're united. And John's just getting himself ready.
You're working hard today.
Perhaps we'll play a song now.
Your fingers will be more.
Thank you, Chris. Guys, give it up for Chris! Part of the resistance right here, man. Music's going to play a part in that, I hope.
Right.
Because I can't do anything in November.
I'm going to play you a song on the speaker now.
2 hours away.
It's been written by a freedom fighter from Manchester. This is Helena's song, if she's watching.
That's pretty good.
From Manchester? There's people all over. This is a global thing. All over the world, man. Let's get this up now for you.
Then I have to get a taxi from the train into the port and get a taxi here.
Yeah.
But I had to come down, you know. I had to do something.
I know. It's really hard for us because obviously it's expensive to come down, but because I'm 16, I can't travel on my own.
No.
Yeah. So I was like to my parents, this is an ultimate decider. This is something really massive in history and everything. I have to do it.
Well, my daughters are saying to me, get off your head, Dad, actually, just don't know what's going on. And I'm out, you know. But like it's on my head, I do it. So I went to the police, got the car, tracked him out to the hall, found the roof to shut him down, painted him with a lie. Lies, so they say.
calling out crimes that are atrocious crimes.
Yeah, which people should have known about anyway.
Every president for the last few decades is a mass murderer. They've never been out to war in America. They've sanctioned 36 countries. Now, these 36 countries, it's the people that suffer it, not the government. It's like ordinary people like me and you. There's no food, no medicine. They're slaughtering people now. Then they're going to cheat time.
Please give generously to these great musicians jamming for freedom. As we come round with a bucket there, please be supportive. These guys have been with us all week to show solidarity, to free Julian Assange today and bring the truth out in the open, into the public domain. So please support these great musicians and whatever change you have. God bless you all.
The Americans just say jump. But as I say, in every country they didn't, I mean, Iraq, Syria, this is the first thing they do. They destroy the infrastructure. No wonder they cause the refugee crisis. The USA, the UK and France went into Syria and they didn't have a deal with the United Nations mandate. They had no UN mandate to get into Syria and they do everything to back. They caused the refugee crisis. And I don't blame people for trying to get out of that. So it's their fault, the refugee crisis.
Yeah, I agree.
Very emotional.
You could tell. And then you get the likes they're earning billions, they're flying up, having branches, flying up into space. I mean, sort of one of the problems, like Americans in space, they spend $1 trillion on defence, nuclear weapons. That is something. Yet you go to any American city, there's people on the streets, tents, swimming cars, and the space is a war economy. It's a war economy. An absolute disgrace. What the
Children on numerous occasions. He's now back in prison again because he's such a threat, particularly to young people that he might abuse. He's back in prison. He was convicted of impersonating Julian Assange and he managed to steal £50,000 or dollars from Wikileaks. Sigurdur Thordarson is a con artist. He's a con artist with serious psychological
Miss Lake, I'll try and
problems.
find him in a sec.
But the United States has sunken to this level to try and convict Julian Assange, a truth-telling journalist, by a load of slander from a known liar, a convicted paedophile, and a confidence trickster. Tells you all you need to know. But the fact that this still continues,
You're always welcome.
this still continues, despite the fact we know the key witness is on the record as saying that he fabricated the testimony. What happened is this case...
Phony justice!
This is...
That's what it is!
This case started
Phony
out...
justice!
This case started out, they tried to pretend that Julian Assange is not a journalist. That failed completely, because he's more journalist towards Julian Assange than you can shake a stick at. He's got more journalistic awards than virtually any other journalist.
Here.
It's just poppycock. So what they did halfway through the case, after the deadline for submitting evidence, they just changed what they were charging him with. How on earth could that be justified? Thank you very much. And we're being helped out by Death here. Just Death is symbolising what's happened to British justice. We don't have British justice anymore. What has happened is the United States have decided they're just going to decree the outcome of any British case that's taking place when they want to put away someone who reveals their war crimes. That is what's taking place inside this court. It is nothing to do with justice. This is what is known as a war crime. This court is listening to the war criminals who find what Julian Assange has said inconvenient. Julian Assange has done more for the anti-war movement in informing us of war crimes than any other publisher in the world over the last 20 years. In fact, it's never been possible to publish as much information about war crimes as Wikileaks has done, because Julian Assange is an incredibly intelligent and brave man, and he invented the technology that is now used by any serious newspaper to allow anonymity when people need to blow the whistle. He pioneered the idea, he invented it, and it's inconvenient for the US who want to carry on having wars because it makes certain people in the US, certain people who own arms companies, people who like making cluster bombs, people who like making drone missiles, it keeps them in luxury. This is what this is about. This is people who have no compunction about making the most disgusting weapons you can imagine. This is about keeping them in luxury. They don't want the inconvenience of the global anti-war movement. So what they do is they take the most shining example of a journalist, the bravest journalist they can find, and they're making an example of them. This, I hope people may find it blasphemous. It's a bit like the bloody crucifixion of Jesus Christ, isn't it? I mean, you take the best person, the person who tries to do the best for humanity, and you go and crucify them. This is like a crucifixion, and there's a reason for it. Crucifixions were done for a reason, and the reason for doing this is so no one dare do it again. They don't want anyone to publish details of their war crimes, so we want to make a really bad example of Julian Assange, show how cruel and callous they can be, and they want journalists to understand that, and unsurprisingly you will see a lot of self-censorship in the press now. If you look in the British media and you look at how this is reported, you have to look, well, how come a case as important as this has almost zero coverage in the press? Now, a few newspapers will put in a story just so they can pretend they've covered it. I read a story in The Guardian about Stella, but it was just a kind of human interest puff piece about the inconvenience of her perhaps being a single parent. It didn't mention that the key US witness is on the record of having fabricated the entire testimony that he gave. The man is a criminal. He's a child abuser, a serial child abuser. At least one child has committed suicide as a result of Sigurdur Thordson's abuse. He is also a known trickster and fraudster, and he embezzled money.
I know.
Okay, good.
I think they were interfering with the stream. I interviewed a really interesting person. I don't know. I mean, there's a possibility at these places. So.
Now, BBC.
Oh yeah, I thought she was.
And they knew about Jimmy Savile, didn't they?
No, I was going to get another charger.
It was obvious. It was an inside joke.
No.
How long did that go on for in the BBC? Shame on the BBC for letting that happen. For letting a kiddies presenter.
I'm just changing the batteries and everything.
But this is worse. They are using someone
Go to the bathroom and see if everything's alright. Go to the bathroom and see if it's alright.
courageous journalists who invented a new technology so that we can understand all kinds of being carried out in our name. I can't imagine anything darker than what's going on in this place. This is shocking. I'm not really a spiritual person.
My lips are always blue. My lips were blue this morning. That's okay. I am shivering, but that's fine. Yeah, it's freezing. I'm wearing 3 coats.
Was Julian Assange is put away for telling the truth? Who's next? Who's going to be next?
I can't eat when I'm doing journalism. Yeah, I was going to make a mod. I thought she already was. I'll quickly refresh my stream because my chat's frozen again, so be back in a sec.
What kind of process is this? What kind of process is it?
Hello, hello? Hold on. Okay, awesome. Miss Laker, you're a mod, by the way. Oh yeah, that's also what I wanted to do. I need to change my GoPro battery.
And they're not allowed to print what happened, what's going on.
I've learned to just, you don't have to take it off. I was just going to undo it, take the battery out. I might actually take the whole thing out, actually. That'll be easier. Hello Steve, hello Bright, hello Miss Laker. I've got it.
I don't like being a bag bitch.
Oh well. You're here.
That's another reason that they should be thrown out immediately.
See, our tea lady
Julian Assange
Huh?
has got to allow counsel,
Yeah.
proper counsel with his legal team while he's been in solitary confinement. Privileged material has been removed from him and copied. That goes against any reasonable process. It's completely unjustified. When he was in the Ecuadorian embassy, the security people there took the laptops from his legal team and copied all the private material from it.
Okay, bye Bert.
How
I know
can
you're
that
fake.
be reasonable? How can that be reasonable? But we also now discover that the CIA, Wikileaks, released information
Pretty sure Bert's a
in
mod on my
places like
account.
Afghanistan and Iraq. That any resistance that was made to illegal US occupation was countered with death squads. They said death squads, murder whole families in the night. That's how they operate. That's what's revealed by Wikileaks. But now, it's been revealed, they wanted to do that in London, in central London, in the Ecuadorian embassy. They were seriously planning on sending a death squad to assassinate Julian Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy. And they're the people who are trying to prosecute Assange in there. People who are on the record for planning his murder. What kind of justice is that? I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to be in a country with a legal system like this. In Stalinist Russia,
Helicopter, my post boyfriend is
everyone knew
just
it was just
pretty much
an
beside me.
execution to stop anyone following in the footsteps of people who wanted to enjoy freedom. This is a Stalinist show trial in central London. We've come that far. Things have slipped that far in the UK. Where will this end?
I'm just changing my GoPro battery.
We need to stand up.
Okay, helicopter.
And we need to hold these people
Whatever you say.
who are calling themselves judges. They need to be held to account. These people are complicit, just like Tony Blair and Jack Straw. They are part of the war machine. They want to shut down the anti-war movement. Keir Starmer, the leader of the opposition, when he was in charge of the Crown Prosecution Service, he wrote to the Swedish authorities, pleaded with them to carry on persecuting Julian Assange when they showed that they had no interest of carrying on once they'd interviewed Julian Assange because they had no evidence, nothing at all against Julian Assange that they could charge him with or go anywhere with in a legal case. Keir Starmer wanted it continued just to persecute Julian Assange. Now, does that sound like someone that wants real justice, or does it sound like he's also part of the war machine in the UK? We have a sad history now in the UK. We were part of the invasion of Afghanistan. It's gone on for 20 years. Then we had to leave. They said it was going to raise the standard of living and give women free democratic rights. Women in Afghanistan are having to sell their children to feed the rest of their families. That's what's happened. They spent over $1 trillion smashing up a country, and now you have mothers having to sell their own children so they can keep the rest of them alive because the economy has been so shattered. In Fallujah, in Iraq, white phosphorus was used, and heaven knows what else. Depleted uranium is used. It's highly toxic. And if you look at the birth defects now in Fallujah, they are horrendous. These are congenital conditions as well. This isn't something that's going to go away and the next generation's going to be better. This is destruction to their actual genetic material. So you will get deformities repeating generation after generation. This is what happened in Vietnam. The US used a cheaply made agent called Agent Orange to deforest the forests so they could get rid of the northern Vietnamese who weren't too happy about the Americans being involved illegally in messing up their country. So they sprayed this stuff all over the forest, not exactly environmentally friendly, killing off thousands and thousands of trees. But this stuff contained tons and tons of dioxin in it. And there's a ridiculously huge number of people now in Vietnam as a result who've got congenital deformities. It's messed up their genetic structure. Families have generation after generation of genetic mutilation through US war making. President Nixon, he said that the biggest threat to America in Vietnam was the US peace movement. And they've come over here to try and destroy the peace movement in the UK and the rest of the world. They're not even just having a go at them inside the US. They want total domination, full spectrum domination, full narrative control. Talking about peace will be forbidden. Children will be brought up worshipping guns and violence. That's all they know. Guns and violence and profit. Plundering natural resources. Have you heard about Donzinger? He's a lawyer for people in Ecuador. What happened in Ecuador? The petrochemical industry, they wanted to make a quick profit. The easiest way is just to go in, anything they didn't want, everything out of the drilled from the oil wells was just pumped out. Pumped out all over the indigenous people's land. Now they've all got genetic mutilation and deformities. It's horrendous. They're lucky to live into their 40s. So Donzinger, he's a lawyer, human rights lawyer, and he took the big oil companies to task, and he won them compensation. Small compensation considering the misery and destruction, but now the US have locked him away. They allowed a judge who was being actually paid by the oil industry to make a decision that locked this brave man away. This is what you have. This is US justice. They're reeling it out. This was a case that was held in another country. They want their justice, if you could call it that. I wouldn't call it justice. They want their laws, their rules to apply to the whole planet. So there's no escape. You won't be able to raise your voice against them anywhere. I'm not talking about the US people. I've been to America and the US people are charming. But unfortunately, they've got a corrupt system for electing their leaders, and we've got really, really appalling people in positions of power and authority. We have Mike Pompeo. He says the Wikileaks is a non-state intelligence, hostile intelligence agency. And he's 100% correct. Wikileaks and the anti-war movement aren't hostile towards the American people, but boy are we hostile to the military-industrial complex in the United States. We do not want to see endless war. There's been enough war and killing. I have heard in Libya, we sent people into Libya, and now there are people, there are Africans in cages, and I heard that they're branded. They take a hot knife and they carve into their cheeks a number. That's a barbarity that we spread. It had one of the highest living standards of all of Africa. People had health care, they had education. Colonel Gaddafi may not have been the best leader, but the country was stable, people lived a reasonable life. Now there's slavery, with people having numbers carved into their cheeks while they're in a cage. European armies and navies patrol in the Mediterranean because they don't want the people fleeing the tyranny that has been spread by the US coming to Europe. They'd rather see the children drown. You've all seen the pictures of the children drowning. Parents weeping. They try to rescue their children from an unthinkable hell. And then you see the parents weeping on the beach with a child drowned. Because the Europeans wouldn't let them across the Mediterranean. They'd rather see them drown. This is horror. These war crimes are all hidden. Don't expect to see them on the BBC. I don't expect to see this on the BBC. This will not be broadcast on the BBC. That's why we need Wikileaks. Without organisations such as Wikileaks.
Yeah, well said.
How are we going to know what's going on? Everyone will live in a fake happy, Teletubby land of false bullshit. We want to know what's really going on. British people and all the other international people who've joined us here, they're mainly good people. They want to see world peace, fair trade, justice. That's what we want. We need Wikileaks. We need to know what's going on. And when something is being bad, is being perpetrated, then we can correct it. We can set up a judicial system. Maybe we could take over buildings like this, and we could run some form of justice inside of it. I think any one of us could dress up as a judge and do a better job of the jokers in there. But it's a very, very dark joke they're making. We are in a very dark place right now. Thank you very much. And we need to demand that Julian Assange is free. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange. I will predict what's going to happen. We can wait for him to out, let's make a prediction what's going to happen. Now, it's too much of a political hot potato to drag Julian Assange away and put him in complete isolation in the United States of America. That would be controversial. Someone might have to print something. Even the BBC might have to say something about that. So he won't be extradited today, that's what I'm predicting. But I'll tell you what I am predicting. Those people in there haven't got the decency to say that he's an honest, innocent man, and they will find some way of stretching this out for another 3 months. So I say, oh, there's a real complication. Somebody didn't dot an I, or maybe thought us had lied, but we haven't really got any proof. Or maybe we did spy on the people, but maybe we can write a new law in Parliament to suddenly make it okay now so we can carry on with it. There will be some old nonsense, and in another 3 months, we're going to be back here again. They're going to go through the same facade all over again, and then I'll kick the can down the road again, all the time, and the plan is to wait for Assange to die while this process is going on. The process is the punishment. This is a death sentence, what we're saying for Assange. He's not even inside there. He couldn't even come here. They've said they've never seen him look so ill. And these horrible people from the US who love war, they must love that. The idea that he's slowly dying. Slowly dying in isolation. That's what they love. They love torture and misery. That's what they're doing to Julian Assange. And we need to stop them from doing it. It's great to see so many people here today. But I think really what we need to do is we need to organise. We need to get 10 times as many people. It needs to be such that it actually stops London from functioning. Next trial, what goes on in there is irrelevant. Nothing legal or sense. Who can make sense of a case where the only thing they've got to charge Assange with is a testimony of a known liar and paedophile. I mean, what kind of thing is that? What's going on there doesn't matter. What matters is we get people outside. When we get enough people outside, what's going on there is made public. It will become such an embarrassment. Then perhaps we will see Julian Assange free. I'm afraid that he's seen so much torment that I think he will need a very long recovery. I hope we can get back the brave, quick-witted Assange we had before. But I think it's going to take a long recovery once we get him out. He's a very brave man. But I will tell you one thing that Julian Assange has done with his courage. Whatever they do to him, he has pulled away the veil from their vile face.
Yes!
People who think it's okay to torture people. Extraordinary rendition means torture. It's not permitted by the UN. It's forbidden. It's one of the darkest things you can do. And there's a good reason why you don't torture. I'd like to say a few words about Craig Murray, who's very brave as well.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Craig Murray got into trouble with the British establishment because he became aware that the justification for the Iraq War was being made through evidence, so-called evidence, confessions from people that have been obtained under torture. Now the problem you have, if you torture people, you will say anything at all to stop the torture. You can make people say anything under torture. People have a limit, a pain threshold, probably a very high pain threshold for people like Assange, but there's a limit to what anyone can take. Now what Craig Murray uncovered when he was an ambassador for Uzbekistan was there was a family and they had the woman had a husband and he confessed to being a member of Al-Qaeda, and he said that Iraq were helping Al-Qaeda. That man was known by Craig Murray, and he'd previously, a few weeks before, been a Jehovah's Witness. So it didn't really seem very credible that he'd had converted to an extreme form of Islamic radicalism. So Craig Murray went to the family's house, and they said they were forbidden to undo the coffin where the body was inside. And Craig said, well, as a British ambassador and diplomat, I'll open the box, the coffin, we'll look at the body inside, and we'll work out what's happened. I'll send some photos, we'll get UK forensics to work out what's happened. And they looked at the body, the top half was normal, bottom was all yellow, bloated, and they couldn't work out why. So they sent off these photographs to forensics. And UK forensics said, well, that looks like that man's been boiled in oil.
Oh!
So what they did to the man was they wanted him to confess, so they had fake evidence for Iraq, and imagine the violence. Imagine what it'd be like if you knew someone's going to boil you alive in oil. They must have got hold of the person, they probably struggled. They'd have broken fingers and fingernails, what have you, while they shackled them up and attached them to a crane over a big vat of boiling oil. Then they'd lift them up slowly, protesting, saying, please don't do this. Imagine how you would protest if you knew that was going to happen to you. And then slowly, they'd lower him to the boiling oil and say, we want you to sign this piece of paper for Jack Straw so Tony Blair can go to war and kill hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, and Halliburton can make a big fat profit from the oil. Now, free Assange, exactly. So, that all happened, and now Craig Murray broke the story on that. That's why we don't torture. That's why places like Guantanamo Bay are evil. Because that fake testimony, that allowed the Iraq war to take place. And Jack Straw knew that because Craig Murray wrote to him, telling him he didn't want to listen. Because they'd already made up their mind. And in this case, I know that's exactly what happened. Judge Barrister, she went to the hearing, and at the end, she got out a pre-written copy of what she was going to read out. What is that? What kind of a judgment? You're allowing the prosecution to instruct what she was going to say. There is no justice here. We need to stand up for our rights, for press freedoms in the West, because very quickly we're going to lose them. This is the thin end of the wedge. Once Assange goes, who's next? We've got a whole range of journalists. They're going to be slowly silenced. Some of them will self-censor. Others will be locked up, like Craig Murray, like Julian Assange, and then we will fall into a darkness. This has happened in Europe in the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, this is precisely what happened. And everything that was done that was unpleasant in Europe was legal. What they did, what the far right did in Europe was legal because they changed the law. They had courts like this. They put people into the seats they're called judges. And they changed the law to make it legal what they did. And that's what we're going to see here in the UK. We see it already. Priti Patel wants to shut down protest. Priti Patel wants to make it. And if I stand out here telling you facts about this case, that our press are too cowardly to broadcast because they're frightened they'll be put into a place like this, like Julian Assange. Priti Patel wants to make it that one single person, they could bring one person along and say, that man with a loud hailer, he's annoying me, I want him to stop. And then the police will come and say, I must stop. I will say, but that's my personality, I will say, no, it's too important for me to stop. And they will say, well, you're arrested then. And it won't be a slap on the wrist, it'll be 18 months in jail. Who will stand up here where I am standing if every time they do it, they go for an 18-month jail sentence? Not very many people. It's possible I might try and do it once, but I don't, I do it a second time. Who's got 18 months to spare? What's going to happen to your house, your family, your career, while you're in jail? That's what Priti Patel's putting through. So we're in really dire straits in the UK. We need to do something about this. Very, very fast. Julian Assange is an innocent man. He's uncovered untold number of war crimes. He's dedicated enormous part of his life. Even when he was in the Ecuadorian embassy, in asylum, he still made news programs. He still made news programs. He interviewed people. He stood up for what he believed in. I hope more British, well, he's not British, he's Australian, but I hope British people and Australian people from all around the world, can look at what Julian Assange has done and maybe emulate a tiny little bit of what he's done, to show the same sort of courage and make sure we can have justice in the world where show trials like this are no longer permitted. So I'd like everyone to chant, free Julian Assange! 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 Morrison lied! Morrison lied! Julian Assange, his justice is denied! Morrison lied! Morrison lied! Julian Assange, his justice is denied! Thank you very much! Thank you! Hands off Assange! US! UK! 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 Hands off Assange! US! UK!
Amigo, el pueblo está contigo.
Miss Lake, I'll go to Jam for Freedom because I know you love them. On the men that just sit there, no, that's the place to
Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Wikileaks. Thank you. If you like. Okay, we're going to keep the music going. We've got a special guest. That's working now.
After all these years.
That song was written by Darren Nesbitt. It was a remix. He's an editor of The Light paper, which is an independent paper revealing truths the government don't want you to hear. So if you haven't checked out The Light paper and all the fantastic independent journalists all around us today.
After this song, we want to cut the bit we want to speak, and then we'll go back to some more music.
Take your time, Miss Laker.
No, you don't want it. It's all back.
Oh, she comes right up to it and noise. You can just swap mics. I'm just one of my comes out there. Yeah, sure.
All right, let's get the music ready. Let's unite the people. Let's unite the tribes. We are the 99%. I don't even think that they're 1%. They are nothing. Stand by the truth. Be part of my tribe.
How are you anyway? Yeah, I know. You've been sick as a lot.
Your song was awesome, by the way.
Well, but you might be better off telling him now.
Okay, when you're ready, John. Let's start this quarter. Woo! Beep your horn if you like freedom!
Sorry, what's your name? Quick word.
No, maybe a bit later.
Okay, after this song, get your stuff ready. Yeah, St. John's and everything. This sounds amazing. Do it together.
Sorted, yeah? Good.
The judge in there is ignoring it, and he heard the case.
Alright, let's go, guys. Unite the people with music. Free Julian Assange, free the journalists, free the truth tellers.
Right, guys! Hey! Guys! Come on!
Hold your heart if you believe in freedom!
We've got the jury on drugs! I've got the jury on drugs and they kept him on the jury! Get the police! Get the police! We've got Aftab Jaffaji, the top 10 QC, on tape, giving evidence, and then he's talking about the fake evidence in court, but he doesn't realise he's being recorded. No one's above the law! No one is above the law! If you've got any cases, you need to get the transcripts of the court, and they're all talking about it.
This is meant to be a budget
This has been going on for too long. All we want is for you to Can you leave the dog alone, please? Can you move back to the dog? Let me get What? No, I'm not. No, you're inconveniencing my life. My son's did 30 years because some boss found a black bag Why no, there's no fucking centre? And centre come into it. The juror was in the judge's chambers. No, it's not my vehicle.
Who's driving the vehicle?
Nobody.
Okay, so where the car? Okay, so where's the vehicle? You said it was your vehicle. Okay, so who's driving the vehicle? That's the same driving. That vehicle needs to be. Okay, so where the car?
Julian Assange, you help me out! Get my son out of prison! Get my son out of prison! Get my son out of prison! Just move from me!
Okay, so whose vehicle is that?
And what you're doing to Julian Assange is even fucking worse!
Is this your vehicle or not?
Not about Julian Assange. This protest the lady is doing is not about Julian Assange. It is about corruption in the court.
Right.
It's not about Julian Assange.
Right. And the judges can't get you to do their daily fit-up. Yes. No, let's not work with there, because the gate's over there when they come in and out. Up there. Yeah, in the sky. It's just come down here. I don't know how it got there. He's in the lift. Go with a snook. Yeah, that's why I got the dog. Because I know none of you blood clots can get in it. Yeah, why do you think I brought the dog? Yeah. La 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 la. La 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 la. Solidarity! And I play the pickers. Yes. And I want Afghans jamming these bollocks on a plate. He's sitting up the wrong person. They know who I am. The control centre knows who I am. Well, tough. No, I'm not. You arrested me? I'll ring Christina, because she'll be gone today. She's been covering with Christina. She'll have to resign for this one. I want her bollocks. I want her. Come and have a look. Fuck off and stop asking me silly questions.
You guys.
So learn to do that. Get the police down here. Get the commissioner down here. Get the other arsehole down here. Get my son out of prison now. Now. It's fucking time. Don't touch me. Don't you? Don't touch us. Don't touch us. It's
false evidence, but they're recording it in court, I think. Maybe? That's what I got.
On tape,
know what to record.
I know.
What? Hello again. Don't trust the police when they get like this.
Yeah, exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's been really like.
Hello, Funny. You've missed quite a lot, I think. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you. I agree, Rex. Rex, I'm not gonna lie, I get a bad feeling.
What's going on
You alright then? Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course they are. Yeah. So they don't get any of their shots. How have you been?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Busy. Where's your future husband?
Hey?
Where's your future husband? That's what
We are together now as well.
Huh?
We are together.
Well done. What new phone?
Oh, awesome. What's that phone?
S20.
Oh,
Amazing.
yeah. That's why you got the blue pen.
Yeah, I know, but it's too big for the gimbal thing.
Oh, God. Are you there? That's got to be so interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Rex, this part feels orchestrated, I'm not going to lie. But the start, it was totally legit, in my opinion. Steve, yeah, it was Asteroid. Hold on. Where did Laura just go? If I see Laura, I will, definitely. I don't know where she's gone. She was just here. Sorry.
They're going down. I'm going to get my little street. They're looking up black boys and lying about them. And then white juries are fucking believing it. Not my son, right? Not my son. Not my son. I'm the son. Yeah.
I just finished my hot chocolate, so I need to find my mum to give her the wrapper. Thanks.
Julian Assange! Julian Assange! Julian Assange!
Lovely dog.
No reason to get excited. It makes me kindly smoke. There are many for among us. Feel that life is but a joke. You and I, we've been through that. This is not a
This feels like an XR protest. Okay, good. You're welcome.
This is what I was talking about.
Sorry?
This is the one I was talking about yesterday.
What resistance do you think? Yeah. Oh, we look at yes. Still works. Gold is like, has that so if you get like a little bucket, get gold. Yeah, I'll take that tip. I feel like we're at a step ahead now. Yeah. Good. The woman just got arrested, but I don't know if I should record it because it's not about Julian Assange. No, Owen. It's not about Julian Assange, so I don't want to record it.
I've had eye contact with look at this.
Assange, US, UK. Hands off 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 Assange, US. Hands off Assange, US, UK. 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 Hands off Assange.
I think it was like I'm going to quickly refresh the stream again because it keeps logging me out. Please go over there. So just give me like 3 seconds, 4 seconds.
We are 99%.
like being touched because I touched him on his arm. There you go. Don't touch me, he said, because I touched him on his arm because there's a dog. Free, Julian Assange.
I don't even know what to film now. I don't want to film the XR protesters. That's too loud to get interviews.
There's only one decision. Come on, we're together. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick your pointless walls up your ass. You can stick your pointless walls up your ass. You can stick your phony wars, killing children no more. Stick your phony wars up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%.
Hello Indy, hope you're okay. Missing you, you should be here. There's tons of plates. I thought you already were. You got stuff out of this bag. That's really nice. Well, yeah. Yeah, I do have stuff out of my bag on. That's my streaming bag.
And you're holding all your streaming stuff. Yeah, I get it. I'm blocked. I'm blocked.
Thanks, Indy. You're an idiot. Yeah. I think that might be the one that okay. I don't know. Neither. I'll keep my eyes open.
Inside the car, wait a
Hey, Assange! Free Julian 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 Assange!
I think they're trying to get into the car, but they can't. There's a lovely little puppy. I know. I think this is a smile. It's too weird. Like everyone was just doing Jam for Freedom, and then this just ran. Thank you. He came over to me and like, the way to be gentleman. That's the first thing he said to me. I was like, yeah, we're taking it. He got really happy.
UK, hands up for Assange. US, UK, hands up for Assange.
Hi, G6.
UK, hands up for Assange. US, UK, hands up for Assange.
We're really ending with that. It's just the middle finger. I don't feel comfortable filming it because I know it's just distraction. I don't feel comfortable with it. No way! That's going to be awesome. Would you mind if I get an interview with you? So how do you feel about the how do you feel how Julian Assange has been treated? How do you feel about how Julian Assange has been treated?
It's abominable. It doesn't surprise me the way the United States and Britain has worked throughout the ages, you know. And they're just getting more blatant now. It's more blatant. But they've been doing it throughout the ages. It's just been covered up well.
How do you think today will turn out? Do you think he will win, or do you think the US will win?
Well, it's in the lap of the gods. Obviously, the odds are against him with the, with the powers that be. But there's always a chance that, justice will prevail in this.
And do you think that he should have been jailed for hacking into emails or whatever?
There's no proof whatsoever he hacked into anything.
Yeah.
But even if he had, that's a completely different charge. And the fact of the matter is, he was set up by the CIA, FBI, or whoever, in Sweden, on false charges and that's what's been dogging him for years and years. And you know, it was just a classic. It was just a classic. You know, CIA, FBI. You know, fix. A fit-up.
And how do you feel about the assassination attempt onto him? How do you feel about the assassination attempt onto him? The assassination attempt onto him when people tried to start killing him and spying on him?
I'm just surprised that it got out. I'm not surprised that they considered it. That's what they do. And that's what he has to look out for if he gets on.
Yeah. Thank you. I only edited it because I can't hear him properly, unfortunately. Indeed, that's awesome. I can't wait for that.
Stand on there. Okay, guys, we need silence for 1 minute. Please, silence. Please, silence. Guys, every drummers, please. We need to make an announcement about this vehicle, which has nothing to do with what we're here today. The lady that's left this vehicle, none of us know her. She's left it here in a protest against her son being arrested for murder. This is absolutely nothing to do with the Free Julian Assange movement. We just need to clarify that this is absolutely nothing to do with our movement. A lady has left her vehicle here in protest against her son being arrested for murder. Nobody here knows who she was. She's just come, she's left it. This is nothing to do with us. We've been totally peaceful. We're not interrupting anybody's day here. This is not our doing. This car was not left by anyone to do with the Julian Assange movement. We are here to have Julian Assange freed, to unite the people for freedom. This is nothing to do with us. We need to clarify that. We don't know when it's going to get moved. We get an update on when that car is going to get moved. We want to keep letting the world know that Julian Assange must be freed. He is a political prisoner held in this country for 12 years. They're trying to extradite him, where they will attempt to assassinate him, we believe, just for being a journalist. That is a lot more important than this lady's car in the road, although we feel sympathy for her. But this is nothing to do with us. This car is nothing to do with the Julian Assange movement. It was left here by a lady in protest of her son's arrest, which is nothing to do with us. So please, this is not our doing. This is not the kind of work we've been doing. We've been here for 2 days peacefully, since very early in the morning for both days, yesterday and today. Today is Julian Assange's trial, where they'll attempt to extradite him to the United States and punish him with 175 years likely in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison, where they have already told people that they will assassinate him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the trial of the century. Julian Assange must be freed. Journalism is not a crime. We must know the truth. We must know about the powers that be and their wars where they bomb children, their pointless wars that end in chaos and disharmony for the world, and even some worse things that they do with child fiddling and some islands where they take children. Guys, that is happening, and people like Julian Assange are revealing the secrets of the government. We must stay strong. This car has nothing to do with us. We must not let it stop the great movement that you have all been a part of and started in your amazing energy. We are the 99%. We are the power. We must have freedom. Maybe we get some more music going. I don't know what the plan is now. We're never going to stop. They're never going to stop us. Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange! Julian Assange!
We're going to go.
There is a distinct risk when something like this happens that our demonstration has been hijacked, and it might even be an agent provocateur designed to discredit us. This person could be a police agent or an American agent. Do not be fooled. We are doing our thing here. Please remember that, everyone. Do not let someone hijack our demonstration for our specific purpose.
Come on, guys.
It's like quite peaceful, and then just randomly everything started exploding. I don't know what happened. I got a really bad feeling when everyone started taking the road. This isn't us, we're not XR, so...
Test 1, 2.
Test 1, 2. Yeah. As he said as well, this feels like an XR protest. I don't want to film it. I don't want to film an XR.
I mean, they don't care either way.
No.
I'm happy to film. People doing themselves to it.
Especially when they have to pull themselves up. They get hurt.
What is gentleman needs to say?
How's your shoot going?
Oh, it's good, thanks, yeah. I have like 50 viewers now as well. How's yours?
20 viewers.
20, okay, go subscribe to Citizen One. Get on to 2,000 subscribers. Another great young independent journalist.
They give us
I put the link in the live chat, in this message, so definitely go subscribe.
They say we have a democratic voice. Lies, all lies. It's time to open our eyes. Freedom is the fight, love is the power. You are divine, this is your hour. Traffic wardens have become enforcers. Judges, paedophile supporters. Lies, la 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 lies. Come on people, let's open our eyes. Freedom is the fight, love is the power. You are divine, this is your hour. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian
Julian Assange. Criminals are hiding, think they're sitting pretty. Johnson, Hancock, Ferguson, Fauci and witty. Liars, la 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 lies. Come on people, time to turn the tide. La 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 la.
You lot are funny.
Thank you, that's called Freedom Flower for Julian Assange. I'm Phil Zimmerman, the Freedom Flowers, and so are all of you. I'm doing a comedy show called Killing Granny, exposing and taking the piss out of the ridiculous COVID nonsense which is going on. Hammersmith at the Grove on Saturday, 7 o'clock, and at the Museum of Comedy next Thursday, 8:30. We need to laugh at this shit now, and laughter is the best medicine and the best way to expose these liars and murderers. Thank you very much.
Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange.
Can I ask what you think about the whole Julian Assange situation? The Julian Assange situation, so him maybe being extradited, him being jailed in the first place.
I think it's appalling, but not surprising, because Wikileaks and Julian Assange is such a threat to what is their holiest thing, the military-industrial complex and their wars, that they'll bring out the big guns to deal with him personally. I don't think they're above a little bit of vengeance, personal vengeance, but more as a little message to all the other journalists who might get the notion of doing true journalism as opposed to just supporting the establishment. So I think they'll stop at nothing. I do hope that this afternoon's outcome is a just one.
Do you have like a sort of guess of how today's going to turn out? Do you think that he'll succeed, or?
Given how weak their case is, logic and sort of intellectually analysing it would suggest that they have to say no, the original version was upheld. But given the track record, given how important those that would have brought the case see it, I'm not quite sure whether my optimism carries me through. I'd like to see it, and I'd like to see, I mean, if I'm not quite sure if today's it's upheld that the January result is correct. I don't see why that would not mean that Julian Assange is out at Belmarsh tonight. But I'm sure there's reasons why they'll keep him in there. I don't know enough about the technical workings of it all. But I'm basically an optimistic person, but optimism is struggling a bit.
Yeah. How do you feel about how Julian Assange has actually been treated throughout all of it?
I think it's. I would not have thought that they would have been so blatantly cruel and unjust punishments. But what surprises me is not that they would do that, but how blatantly they've done it. That I would not have foreseen that they would have been so openly, outrageously vindictive. But I think it's a sign of the times. All sorts of dreadful things are done that you would think that, not that those who've done them would not do. I don't think it's beneath them at all. But what is shocking is that they can do them with such a sense of impunity, no risk at all, and bold-facedly admit, yes, we've done that. That is what I find really horrendous and really scary. And I don't see, I see very few of the people who I would have thought would have stood up and made that announcement actually coming out and saying, but I find that shocking as well. Because sometimes it's people who really have nothing to lose, ordinary little people. Yeah, I remember when I was really quite young, and the Vietnam War was on, and talking to my father about how this generation, the 60s, he was always a pacifist, and we said, look, things are going to be different now. People are out on the street saying no to the Vietnam War, no to all this stuff. And he said to me, I really hope you're right, but let's see when things are different. In the 60s, if you lost your job, you could walk down the road and get another one. There was plenty of work around. He said, when things get tight, I really hope that your generation maintains their strength of purpose and does stand up. And I'm afraid to say that he was more right than I was, because given even less than 10 years, 15 years, and people who were joining me on moratorium marches and whatnot, and I don't think, it wasn't that they'd become all middle classy and comfortable, but they just thought they had more to lose, or lost their passion, I don't know what it was. But things changed. My dad wasn't 100% wrong. So it's a bit of a miserable thing to see optimism in. Things are so difficult for so many people. Not just all have to tighten the belt a bit, but existentially difficult. And you can only push people so far before they actually just crumble and give up. Or they think, right, I've really got nothing to lose, things are as bad as they can get, I'm going to fight that. So I'm not totally wiped out. And I'd rather people not have to get to that point. But I don't know. I'm not very good at predicting things. But perhaps that's a possible outcome. Perhaps that's the way things will turn around. I don't know.
If Julian Assange is freed, or at least stays in Belmarsh prison and is not extradited to the US, what do you think that would mean for journalism if he was freed?
I think it would be a good omen. Hopefully it would give a lot of the journalists who have kept their head down and kept their mouths shut a little bit more courage. Hopefully it would give a message that even pushed to the extreme that he has been pushed to, he's managed, hopefully, to survive. And it's worth fighting because you can win. A little victory, an awfully long way to go, but hopefully the journalists whose hearts are in the right place and minds are ticking over in the right way, hopefully they will pick up on it and begin to act more a la Assange.
Yeah. So I had another question, but I've forgotten it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi Chris, hi Robin. Sorry, I have someone following me, so I'm just going to keep moving for a bit. I'm not even kidding, he's literally following me. He offered me sweets, I didn't take them, and now he has left me alone. And every time I schedule a stream, this happens. Hello Dad. Hope work's alright.
Keep on walking in the free world. Keep on walking in the free world.
Be kind. I don't want to do it in case it's an actual protester, but there's so many infiltrators that I doubt it. Sorry.
Keep on walking in the free world.
Bev, yep. Hi Peace Officers UK, thank you so much. So are you guys. You guys have been doing awesome. Limited to what I film.
You see what's going down there?
What? Oh, I don't think that's part of it though.
I don't know, but it looks like it might kick off, so I just wanted to give you the heads up, because if it does, so you'll miss it.
I know. I think that's part of the one with the car, because I think she was with the other person who got arrested, and they were with the person with the car saying their son is on trial for
The thing
murder.
now is they're obviously trying to incriminate.
I think so.
I don't know. The thing now is Elsa. There's no point in worrying. The question now is, no point in worrying. Don't forget your point, you need to take care of it, right? You're losing your mind, yeah? That's alright. incriminate by having the hair, because that's what they all try to do, to incriminate that with this one.
I filmed the freedom protest as well, and there's a lot of people that are like undercover policemen, or just people that are trying to discredit everything. I have no doubt there are people like this. It's a real shame as well, because every movement a bad name. You don't see it in other movements
The
like
big problem is this system is corrupted in the 1600s, opium trade, slave trade, and the tyranny that we're experiencing couldn't happen unless the system was designed to allow that to happen. So it's a hard thing, it's a transition. At the moment you have the police who kidnapped Julian Assange and Ecuador and the police. So yeah, it's all part of the transition. People, you're not getting justice in that building. If that was the truth, then you've done it 12 years ago.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't think we should be in there anyway. I mean, the government should have told them people what's going on. They didn't have to rely on it.
It's deep in that. I mean, quite a good thing, this is waking the people up. You live streamers like yourself, And if it wasn't for you live streamers, we wouldn't know what's going on. In my opinion, to encourage live streamer as a subject in the schools.
I think so too. I didn't really go to the best school.
You're here,
I'm homeschooled now, so
really? My sister's on it as well.
It's so much better.
My sister and my niece in Australia did homeschool. We need more homeschooling. Foraging, sure. Foraging, do you want to get this thing? Because this is what I stand for, so basically, common law and sacred law is essentially the people. Common law, do no harm, cause no injury, cause no loss. However, what's really important is to claim your legal fiction. Until you do that, you're property of the government through the birth certificate. And this is right around the planet. Right, then you say, well, that's nonsense. Well, how come you can explain that the elderly are being euthanized in the hospitals? How come you can see that some parents are having their children taken away from them by the social service and the police because they were made property of the government in the birth certificate? So it's a very big transition, and it's going to be a slow transition. This is going to help to wake people up. But at the moment, slowly. They've started in the 1600s, so it's not going to be done very fast. The main thing now is to prevent the incrimination of what's happening here. Why? They say is Julian Assange is a journalist. Well, journalist is a word we get from the French. Bonjour, it means day. Journal is the book you write in. IST, if you're an artist, you're good at that. Like word craft, putting words together. Now, bonjour was like day, but you can interpret it as being night as well, because this would have been before electricity. So anyone who has a craft with words is a journalist. And the point I'm making is how indoctrinated we've been, because they distracted people with, is Julian Assange a journalist? If a child comes home to a mother and says, Mummy, this is what I've written today, she is a journalist. If a boy writes a poem, he is writing something in down. It is not the authority of the corporations to decide who is a journalist. Anyone who has a craft with words is a journalist. The issue one now is, for 12 years, some people who have a camera have not exposed what is really going on. Now, I make the distinction between failed media, and what I mean is the people who had a camera or have been taught to be mainstream media have never earned the title of being mainstream media. To change it to failed stream media, and the live streamers are bringing a fresh look at what needs to be done. In my opinion, the danger now is the other point that was raised in the early parts of Julian Assange was that Julian Assange was a rapist. Now, to my knowledge, 2 women had consensual sexual pleasures with a man. There was no evidence of violence or brutality. Then they went to the police afterwards to say to have a STD, sexual transmitted disease check. Now, this is crazy. What I don't understand is I live in Scandinavia. Why ask someone
It's anyone who has a craft with words and gets accepted by the people. So the one now is the people are the law, they have always been the law. The one now is because they use violence, the people must not use violence. However, that's what they want to do. And why I say that, Trafalgar Square, Hyde Park. So their whole system, and if you go back to the early days, the opium trade, London was built on murder, crime, stealing land, and then the slave trade. The hard bit is, it's our ancestors, not necessarily individually, who created the problems. The hard bit now is for us to say that we are the children. We now have a duty to solve these problems for the children and the grandchildren. We cannot leave this planet in the state it's in for the children and the grandchildren. I have a screen grab of a small teenage girl, maybe she was 13. She wanted to be a nurse. And she thought she was helping, so she had the jab. She is now crippled for life. Now, most people, we don't want to look at the horrible things because they scare us. However, the question now is, last week they decided to put facial recognition in the schools. Are you telling me that the mask is there? It's not. It's there to create brain damage, it's there to create bacterial pneumonia, and it's there to create the fear. And the ambulance is screaming up and down the road. It's there to ramp up the fear. Don't tell me that you are feeling unwell and you want to be in an ambulance driving like a bat out of hell is for your health. Bollocks, it's not. So at the moment, without the live streamers, we wouldn't be where we are now. The main thing now is, for me, I differentiate. Live streamers is fresh attitudes. Mainstream media is dead because they cannot get up to the caliber that Julian Assange has set with research and the ability for people to speak their truth and live without fear of violence. I had a Turkish reporter come up to me and ask me today, and I said I wouldn't give an interview. The point now is, they're all coming out of the woodwork now. Yes, what happened to 12 years ago? Now at the moment, Khashoggi, and I brought out the point of Khashoggi, the point I'm making is, the system is so corrupt, they can say, listen, here's a flat, here's an island, and go and do this and we'll take care of everything. The one now, the transition will be very difficult for people because people are used to things working, but the question now is, from the 1600s we've been living on a tyrannical system. And now the people have to take responsibility. They have to go and talk on their neighbours and say, listen, let's cook some food together and stuff like this. It's a very difficult transition. So what I'm standing with is common law and sacred law to claim your legal fiction. I'm also building a bridge to the indigenous calendar, which was originally built on 13 female menstruations per year. That calendar got destroyed. The question now is, this was to do with the natural female rhythm, but also nature seasons. So the difficulty we have of the system that is very jagged, doesn't make sense, So one, it's a very difficult transition, but so the common law people use 12, and I'm using 13 because of the 13 menstruation, because we must basically embody the matriarchal, but also to balance between the patriarchal. The patriarchal is out of balance in this system. I got jumped on by 4 TSG. I've been attacked by the police twice for freedom of speech. Now, at the moment, how can you have a corporation saying, we know what we're doing? You have a Monsanto, who were originally called AG Farben, which had connections to the gas, which they gas people in Auschwitz. I have been to Auschwitz, I went there with a Danish school. The one now, the hardest bit will be the transition, that feeling of not knowing. The question now is, this is important, go to the neighbour, cook together. You don't need to know what's going on, but if the elderly are being euthanized in the hospitals and you're out on a march, your focus is wrong. And I'm not trying to criticize anyone, but the question is, we need to go to the hospitals, don't go in the hospitals, stay outside, talk to people. Have you got relatives gone into the hospital? Do you know anyone who has no family, who's due to go in hospital? They need help. Because at the moment, in my opinion, The elderly person, they need to be at home, and you get someone who's a healer to come to them to help them, different healers. So we need to reverse everything. The parents need to be doing home education. We have got to stop this. Schools with facial recognition, get out. You know, the line has been drawn. And I am not saying violence. I'm saying we have to grow up. There is no justice in this building. It's a place of business. It's designed. The 1953 coronation was unlawful. It didn't have the people's blessing. So the hardest bit is what the police want is to say an excuse to bring out martial law. That must not happen. It must be peaceful. And the question now, we need you live streamers to record what's going on in any situation. So more to get network with each other, because sometimes we go there and there's no one there to say, you have 3 people at Hyde Park, you can say, well, I'm going to cover the health at Hyde Park, send a text, I'm on it, but I'm going to need a break in 2 hours, so that basically you don't have 3 or 4 to start live streams in the same place, showing the same film. But that, I think, thank you so much for being out there, and without you we wouldn't have got this far. But it's going to be tough because the mainstream media, they've now been made obsolete. Thank you for being there.
Thank you. Thank you so many. That back. I didn't ask Bev. He just started talking and I asked whether I could record it. He was going to talk anyway, so. So far, I've gone to do an interview, someone's put music next to me.
I know, it's very strange.
Yeah. I was actually going to ask him what advice he'd give the younger generation, so but he ended it, so.
With the fact that the colours there, which looks like dirty tracks. I'll say something else. I haven't got much to say about the Assange case, which is totally, it's clear. It's clear. The guy is being persecuted for telling the truth. And the mainstream media is a load of shit. It's totally controlled. It's totally controlled. And you will never get the truth from them. They're not worried about the press being repressed because they know they won't get repressed because they're owned by the powers that be, and they say what will happen. But one point I will make, which has nothing to do with Julian Assange, and that is that this scamdemic and these so-called vaccines are a load of bullshit.
Different campaign, mate.
I know it's a different campaign, but it needs to be put out.
Quite irrelevant of many of us in this crowd will agree with this gentleman about vaccines, many will disagree. This is a single purpose we're here, and that is Julian Assange. Let us not forget that. Okay, now I saw a police locksmith at work. One of the police attending the car said that they had a recovery vehicle on the way. It is rush hour traffic after all, but they've got all these police transits around. They could have just roped the car up to that and dragged it away. So, come on guys, get a move on out there. We're depending on you here. We are depending on our police officers to clear this distraction away from our demonstration. Please guys, get a move on there. Okay, very soon people will be coming out of the courthouse at the end of the day's proceedings. So let us focus on that. When that happens, they will go to give speeches on the other stage. So at that point, we will hand over to the other PA crew. In the meantime, we have an open microphone for any people who have a poem or another statement they wish to make, or for the music, which has been keeping us going on a kind of long, breezy day. So we will carry on with the People's Microphone here. And here we have Craig.
Short poem for Julian. Julian, oh Julian, remember when you told us a tale about the things they do in our name? Now they've put you in jail, and to them it's just a game. This is just a travesty. It's just a fucking show trial. But they won't have their way. You will come out in style. Our hearts go out to you for telling us the truth. That's why we do what we do. We will fight nail and tooth for revealing all their war crimes. They didn't want us to see. They're giving you the worst of times, but we will set you free. Free Julian Assange!
Someone who we really love and is an inspiration to all us all, will say a few words. With no further ado, Mr. Larry Love. Larry Love has gone through an extradition process himself. It wasn't that long ago that he was inside the High Court and we were outside protesting and demanding his release. Here you are.
So yeah, on that point, I should say thank you to the many people here. Many people here. I'm not going to tear up today because I did so much of that yesterday. It's just tedious after a while. So I'm going to say thank you to the many people here whose support helped guarantee that I'm still alive and free, relatively, and able to talk to you. And I don't mean that lightly, because it would not have happened if people hadn't got together and asserted their power. And there is power in you being here. It may look like, because it's such a fancy building and they've got such lovely wigs and gowns, that they have the power, but they don't have the power. You have the power, and you demonstrate that through coming together and standing up. So don't forget that, because people lose their power because they lose the imagination that they might have it, and so that's important. Beyond that, and I think I said all my sort of smart and clever and motivating things today. So yesterday, so all I've got left today is a silly nonsense and waffle probably. But yeah, I missed the proceedings today, as I was uninvited to be inside for having some thoughts about doctors' obligations. And apparently my ears should have been burning because they've been discussing my case a lot, and I'm thankful for that, because when I went through the many years of rather unpleasant experiences, nothing compared to Julian's, because thankfully I wasn't in Belmarsh, I was just in Suffolk, and that's only about half as bad. No, Suffolk is lovely, yeah, no, I wasn't in a maximum security prison under those kind of conditions, but it was harrowing, and like Julian, I at times might have given in to despair and hopelessness, and thought about giving up had it not been for the hope that is inspired by people who come out and support, like yourselves, and inspired by knowing that there are people still watching, that there are still cameras and there are still microphones, there are people still tweeting and doing the job of the mainstream media, who I don't see about. I used to get mobbed all the time by the BBC and the Channel 4 and the Guardian, and they seem to have decided to focus on something else today and yesterday, so I'm sure there's some very important neoliberal nonsense for them to be getting on with, and we will do their job in the I say we, you will do their job in the meantime. And so yeah, so I didn't give up, but yeah, it was dark. The thoughts of, I hate to be so blunt, but the thoughts of ending my life were not ever that far from me on a day-to-day basis. And inside that court, they're trying to deny this about Julian. They're trying to deny that being rendered to your tormentors, being sent to the very people whose crimes, whose inhumanities, whose atrocities you enabled the world to see, to be subject to their pretty much unaccountable ability to torture humans on a system, a prison system, that is the direct descendant of the slave plantation system. That there is an unbroken line of continuity between those fields where people were plucked away from one country to another to work in the burning sun to enrich people that would treat them as animals. There is an unbroken line from that system to the system today that locks up human beings and forces them to engage in labour to enrich private profiteers that run many of these prisons, and locks up, by the way, more people than of its population than any other country, including people I'm trying quite hard, like very authoritarian regimes, and especially likes to do so to make an example of those that would stand up to power. And so I was saying to a comrade just there, this affords us an opportunity when we see the likes of whistleblowers, such as Chelsea Manning, being tortured for facilitating those leaks, for having the bravery to see something and not look the other way, where we see Aaron Swartz hounded to death for fighting for freedom on the internet, freedom of access to information, when we see Daniel Hale locked up for letting the world know about killer robots that go and blow up people, often civilians, so that those who fight the wars can sit and treat it like a video game and become even more removed and desensitized from what they're doing. And many more whistleblowers. Craig Murray is locked up in Scotland on a very obscure interpretation of contempt of court for reporting, as people here are doing, for reporting on proceedings against another man that they were trying to slander. And Julian, who is inside for acts of journalism, and somehow with a straight face they can sit in there and say this act of journalism, this act of publishing, perhaps the most relevant disclosures of information in my generation. And it's easy for people now, because a decade or so has elapsed since those major disclosures about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars and about Guantanamo. It may be easy for people who weren't around, or due to the passage of time, to forget how pivotal that was in transforming a populace that had been systematically lied to by the mainstream press to make it seem like these wars were defensive, that they were in our interest, that they were about fighting terrorism for our freedom, when in reality we can see now, 10 years later, that we are not safer, we are not freer, that democracy has not been brought to Afghanistan. The Taliban now rule again, if anything, a system of corruption, venality and organised bribery meant that any attempts to bring democracy in there were not possible, because so much money from the military-industrial complex was washing around that nobody trusted these officials, and now the ones who would solve disputes with the gun and oppress women and people of other faiths have been able to regain power, and people thought that this was all going to be great. It was all going to be great that we went to Iraq because they had weapons of mass destruction, and we were going to save ourselves from being blown up in 45 minutes. The dodgy dossier that was Tony Blair's, and the many people who assisted him, and the people in the BBC that presented it as fact, and have not since really apologised or made any effort to demonstrate that they have changed, that they're now committed to standing up to these lies. And so when Wikileaks demonstrated that you don't need an editing room, you don't need a cutting room floor where the important things get chopped off and left because it might be too difficult, they might get some pressure. You don't need to attend the meetings of the D-Notice committee, the small group of men in a maybe no longer a smoky room, but a small group of men representing the military and intelligence agencies that tell the press that would you very nicely voluntarily like to not report on these things because it might be a bit inconvenient for us. The WikiLeaks demonstrated that you don't need to listen to them. WikiLeaks demonstrated you don't need to rely upon a presenter or a news writer or an editor that is part of a very narrow group of like-minded people in a bubble who are all willing to engage in groupthink and very willing to not disclose the kind of content, again, that their institutions would find it harder to operate if they did. Instead, WikiLeaks showed that the public can have direct, unmediated, that is, direct access between the truth and the person that needs to access that truth, with the only responsibilities being undertaken, very important responsibilities. One, to safeguard the whistleblower, the source of that information. Two, to verify that these source documents, these original source documents, are authentic. And C, to provide access, to facilitate search, to partner with other media organizations to get that information to the people. And we see from just how much WikiLeaks was oppressed, even before this 10 years that Julian has personally been attacked, they took away the ability of people to fund it, not took away institutional funding, took away funding from the state or private corporations, but they got in between the likes of me and you, giving our money. Visa and MasterCard and PayPal all tried to block the funding, and some people got a bit upset about that and had a protest, and some of them wound up in prison. And again, this should only give you reason to appreciate just how dangerous it is for institutionalized power that is used to acting unaccountably, that is used to be able to create a reality, and through creating and shaping a reality, create to maintain a docile population, a sheep-like population that will be herded around, that will believe what they are told to believe, and that will allow wars of aggression, that will allow the various abuses and injustices that are daily operated by our government and governments around the world. Our government, that is still perhaps the first, second or third biggest arms producer in the world, that makes money from exporting death to violent regimes, such as the Saudis, where, as we've heard, use those jets to drop bombs on people in Yemen, civilians largely, or people that are trying to seek a better state of affairs in their country. And this is not discussed. We don't get the BBC reporting on the DSEI arms fair, where we extend invitations to very ruthless warmongers to come to the Excel Centre and look at the latest shiny toys from which they can sit and have buttons pressed and watch people die. And so we need WikiLeaks more than ever today, and they're still open. they will still accept information if anyone were to come across it, and in this day and age we still have a place for investigative reporters, but any one of you could be an investigative reporter, because there's a big wide internet out there, and trust me, I've travelled a lot of it, and there are things to be seen, and there is information to be uncovered and cross-referenced and analysed, and sometimes people come across things that the world should see, and they can still safely, if through the use of technology, through the use of cryptography that for example Aaron Swartz helped create and was driven to death for, they can safely get that information to a publisher like WikiLeaks, and perhaps some others that are now being inspired, but it remains to be seen. But until then, the fight continues, the ongoing fight that will not end, to keep people informed, so that we can have an active citizenry that engages with power and fights to bring about a better world. And so let's keep fighting for Julian, let's keep fighting for WikiLeaks. Thank you.
Free Julian Assange!
Free Julian Assange!
Hello everyone, we're getting very close to the time that people will come out of court. When that happens, then we will hand over to the other PA system. They're getting ready, they've just taken the weather covers off and they're about to start. So for people who've just arrived, this car is someone's private protest, nothing to do with us, please ignore it. The police are trying to tow it away, but over an hour and they haven't managed to find a tow truck to get rid of it, but that will happen soon. Please consider it a distraction if you've only just arrived, nothing to do with us. And I am handing over now from the people's microphone to the speaker's stage at the other side. Please go over there and listen and find out what's happening. Thank you very much everyone. Thank you all people who contributed.
Oh, we have to fight for space again.
Thank you so much. What you're doing here is a great public concern. Thank you.
Just to reiterate this car, this is nothing to do with the Julian Assange. This car, some lady has left this car here as a protest to her own against her suffering. She is now to 5 minutes in the central traffic. Why has there not been a jurisdiction with one another? Why has it been so long? Let's get this out of the way as soon as possible. This car's nothing to do with Julian Assange. This car's been left by a lady who suffered arrested, completely nothing to do with it. 2 days, 2 whole days. I think we did this at about 3 a.m. every morning outside the country. Thank you.
However, there are plenty of prisons which are also have very high security and which also have other measures of solitary confinement, which they have essentially poo-pooed. They've gone, no. Well, the actual SANS measures are only used in a small percentage of cases. The supermax prisons are. You can still have solitary confinement. You have many ways to enact solitary confinement. And one of the arguments they used is they said, well, see, if we put him under these other conditions, he would have unlimited access to a lawyer, so it's not solitary confinement. He can see his lawyer whenever he wants. That's great.
What's wrong with that?
And they said, oh, occasionally he can have some interaction with Gempop. But bearing in mind that there are plans to assassinate him, how much interaction does he really want with Gempop, a bunch of hardened criminals who could easily have their sentences reduced by the CIA that planned to assassinate him. So it's and it just no CIA here, no CIA to be seen. In addition, what else? I made a bunch of notes. Sorry, it's hard to think. It's hard to think off the top of my head.
Get on the mic.
So they're trying to say that the assurances are completely sort of cast iron, but at the end of the day, we know that the United States of America regularly breaks diplomatic treaties. This is a fact. They've said that they're making out their cast iron, but factually they are not. And they're trying to use the precedent of someone dying over there, but then most of the cases like Laurie Love, they haven't been sent over there purely for these reasons, and that's the reasons the defence has been using in this case with Assange. They're saying, well, why shouldn't he be considered to be the same? Especially, in fact, the CIA also has input into who goes into SAMs. Like I said, it's a type of solitary confinement. They don't really have to. Julian Assange! Free! Julian Assange! Free! Julian Assange! Free! Julian Assange! No extradition! No.
Okay, that brings us to the end then of the United States appeal against the decision of the Westminster Magistrates Court earlier this year not to extradite Julian Assange. We've got a number of people here who are going to give their responses to the day's events and to the situation we now find ourselves in. I'm very, very pleased to welcome, first of all, Claire Daly and Mick Wallace, who are two Irish MEPs who done absolutely marvellous work on the Assange campaign. Great pleasure to have you here.
Thanks very much, and I think, like all of you, for us to be here is both a crime and an honour. Yes. It's a crime that we have to be here in support of the person who more than anyone else has exposed US war crimes in Afghanistan and Iraq. The criminals walk free and Julian Assange is persecuted. That is a crime. It's a crime that he has been tried under an extradition treaty negotiated by war criminal Tony Blair for war criminal George Bush, so that the political arguments cannot be heard, because this is a political persecution, and therefore we are honoured to be here on the right side of history in defence of free speech, in defence of Julian Assange. Our efforts after today will only be redoubled, because this will be won politically rather than legally. I salute you all for your efforts and urge you to continue.
Much of the debate for the last 2 days was pretty boring. A lot of it was based around the idea that, the US now are going to give assurances that Assange will be treated well if he goes to America. They have one of the worst prison systems on the planet. 25% of the world's prisoners are in the US, and it's privatised, and it's a horror scene. The idea that we would accept any assurance from a state that has been lawless for the best part of 100 years. The US has been a colonial project since the day of its founding, starting with the genocide of the native Indians of North America. And it hasn't stopped since. But there's so much at stake in this, and that's why it's so important that you're here. Only we need an awful lot more. There's an awful lot at stake. I don't say democracy at stake, because that's been pretty well lost, and I haven't seen a whole lot of it around for a while. But journalism is in serious danger. It's already been undermined. Mainstream media have lost the plot and have sold out. It's all the more reason why journalism is more and more important. Real journalism where people tell the truth. But international law is equally under threat. The Americans break it every day. They're a lawless state. all the more reason why Assange shouldn't be sent there. And if the UK send Assange to America, it just goes to show they're a lawless state themselves.
Yes!
But it's so important, as Claire said, this is a political debate, but it'll only be won by the people. Politicians don't serve you. The people need to pressure the politicians into doing what you want them to do. They are not. It's so important that more and more people engage with what's really happening here. Because what Assange and Wikileaks did in 2010 was the biggest game changer in my lifetime. It exposed once and for all the lies that the wars were based on and the lies that the wars are. All the more reason we have to keep up the pressure, and we need to change how things are done. We need to say no to US imperialism, UK imperialism, European colonialism. The hell with the Latin.
Thanks very much, and now I'd like to welcome Rebecca Vincent from Reporters Without Frontiers, who's been observing the whole of the trial and the whole of this appeal.
Thank you. As John said, Reporters Without Borders has monitored this 2-day appellate hearing as we've monitored the entire extradition proceedings to date. We are the only NGO that has managed to do this due to severe restrictions on observation imposed by the various courts involved. This has made it extraordinarily difficult for us to do our jobs. Nonetheless, we have fought for our right to be here, to bear witness to these proceedings and document our observations, because this case matters so immensely. What is happening to Julian Assange will have historical implications for journalism and press freedom internationally. If the United States is successful in extraditing Julian Assange, he will be the first publisher prosecuted under the Espionage Act, which lacks a public interest defense. That means anyone facing a similar case in the future would also be unable to defend themselves. What is on trial here is journalism. If Julian Assange is imprisoned for publishing information in the public interest, an alarming precedent will be set, and any publisher, any journalist, any source, anywhere in the world could find themselves in the same position. While this case is being brought by the United States, which should drop these charges immediately, the UK has certainly played its own indefensible part. It is worth recalling that this did not have to be a matter for the UK courts. In 2019, the government could have taken a decision in favor of press freedom and journalism and denied the US extradition request. Instead, the UK government bowed to political pressure and green-lighted the extradition request, which is why we're all standing here today. It is the UK which sentenced Julian Assange to a staggering 50 weeks in prison for breaking bail, and it is the UK that has kept him detained in high-security Belmarsh prison alongside violent criminals ever since, convicted of no crime, only pursued by the US for his contributions to journalism. If anything happens to Julian Assange in the UK or the US, the UK also bears responsibility. We won't know the outcome of these proceedings for some weeks. It is our hope that justice will prevail and that this will be the end of the decade-long persecution of Julian Assange. Nothing can undo the damage that has already taken place, but it is imperative that this travesty is brought to an end and that reforms are implemented to ensure that this can never happen again, anywhere, starting with the introduction of a public interest defense to the US Espionage Act, the UK Official Secrets Act, and all similar legislation around the world. What is at stake here is not only the rights of one man, but the ability of journalists everywhere to do their jobs, to hold power to account and ensure our ability as the public to access information that we have the right to know. This is not just about Julian Assange, it is about every single one of us. Regardless of what happens next, Reporters Without Borders will be here fighting for Julian Assange's release and campaigning in cases around the world where journalism is under threat. Thank you all for your support and solidarity along the way. We hope to be back with some long-awaited good news in the coming weeks. But in the meantime, we call yet again for these charges to be dropped, this case to be closed, and Julian Assange to be immediately released.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thanks to your organisation for its support. Now I'd like to call Kristen Hafferson, the Editor-in-Chief of Wikileaks, to give his reflections on this trial.
Thank you.
Hey! Good man!
This afternoon, the lawyers for Julian Assange were tearing apart the
so-called assurances, the irrevocable assurances that the US is now claiming that they can put forward. The assurances that Julian will be treated fairly, treated well in the prisons in the United States. He will get medical help and all that. Now, I just want to remind people that in the magistrate court, they had all the opportunity to actually voice such assurances. They did not. On the contrary, they went on the defense. They said for the prison system in the United States. They said that so-called special administrative measures, which basically equals solitary confinement, which basically equals torture, and for Julian in his condition, death. That the SAMs were not that bad at all. They also defended AGX Florence, Colorado, the most notorious prison in the United States, where Julian might end up in. They were defending that prison in a manner that was extraordinary. They were saying that Julian or prisoners in AGX Florence, they could have recreational activities. They could play bridge. What are they saying? That Julian would, in AGX Florence, be sitting down with El Chapo, with Timothy McVeigh, the Unabomber, and other homegrown terrorists, and play bridge. And they also said, and quote unquote, which the Julian's lawyers actually pointed out this afternoon, that they could have individual recreational activity in their own cells. What does that mean? They are throwing people in cells and keeping them in there for 22 to 23 hours a day, only an hour outside the cell, in another cell with nothing in it. That's what waits Julian on the other side, on the Devil's Island, if he is extradited. That cannot happen. The judges here have only two choices. Basically uphold the decision not to extradite Julian Assange, or de facto give out a death sentence. That cannot happen. And we have to rely on all of you to make sure that in the weeks ahead, while these two judges are deliberating, that you make your voice heard, that you put pressure on your media, on your politician, everywhere, because this cannot happen. This must come to an end. Thank you. And now finally, to sum up our view of what's been happening in the court over these last couple of days, what the future holds, I'd like to ask Stella Morris, Julian Assange's partner, to close this meeting.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? If you can't hear me, put up your hand and I'll try to speak up. The US, if the US wants to treat Julian fairly and well, they should drop this case. They should release Julian from prison because he is suffering right now. In court today, Mark Summers, QC, Julian's defense, said that there is nothing normal about this case. There is nothing normal about this case. And it's not just the defense that says that. The CPS told Sweden in 2010, please do not think that we are treating this as a normal extradition case. This is a political persecution that has used the law, extradition law, as a tool to further its political agenda. To take revenge on a journalist for what? For the publications that he is now indicted over. Publications that revealed war crimes, targeted assassinations, rendition, torture, but also the US subversion of the judiciary in Germany, in Spain, in Italy, when those judges, those investigators, had the gall to investigate those same crimes, to investigate CIA rendition and torture of their citizens. This US extradition case has been falling apart since the moment it started. Because it was born rotten, it was born at a time when the CIA was plotting to assassinate Julian. And it is also proving to be devastating for the US in the courts. Not only because the US prison system and its inhumane conditions is exposed before these courts in its full barbarity, but also because the crimes that have been undertaken by the US government against Julian are also exposed before these courts. Today, we were able to air in court Mike Pompeo's plans,
He's a fat liar.
his sketches and options to assassinate Julian in London. To assassinate a journalist in this city for doing his job because he exposed their crimes. This country cannot tolerate, should not tolerate, the targeted assassination of journalists for doing their jobs. This should be obvious. We shouldn't be here. I hope the courts reach the right conclusion. But I also call on the US government to not just say they defend media freedom, to not just say journalists shouldn't be killed or imprisoned, but actually they should walk the walk, not just talk the talk. They should drop this case. They should free Julian. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming, and thank you to the journalists who've reported this. I'd just like to leave you with a couple of thoughts about how this has got to go forward now. I want to recall just a single moment in this afternoon's hearing, when Mark Summers QC for Julian first raised the question of the Yahoo story, that is, of the CIA plot to either kidnap or assassinate Julian Assange. The judge leant forward and halted him for a moment and said, yes, I'm sure we know that the CIA is interested in Mr. Assange. And Mark Summers had to stop him and say, it's not about them being interested, it's about them plotting to kidnap and kill him. Now that judge must be one of the very few people in this city that doesn't know the facts of that plot or can't see the significance of them for this case. So if he can't see it now, it's up to every journalist, every citizen, every campaigner to make sure that as they think about their decision in this case, they do know about it, do understand it, do understand that this is a political trial, that in a political trial you can't assume that the people bringing the prosecution are acting in good faith when they give you assurances of good treatment for the very person whom they're seeking revenge on for exposing their war crimes. That's not a sensible or serious attitude, and only public campaigning can change that now. Every court case is won 50% in court and 50% in the court of public opinion. We are still on our feet as the defenders of Julian Assange in the court of public opinion. So redouble your campaigning, redouble your lobbying, go to the DEA website, use the tools there to make as much noise, as much fuss, as much publicity as you possibly can. This isn't over until Julian Assange is walking down the street a free man.
they? What's up? Yeah, you? Oh, sorry.
No, I just want to say what Citizen said. I just subscribed to your channel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
for
much.
being there. And if you can start an education called Live Streamers,
I'd love
because
to do that.
we need more. The one now is no disrespect to you.
Yeah,
The film is that Julian Assange has set a caliber of research. Somehow, some way, if you can integrate that into the education, because these people who call themselves mainstream, they don't have the capability, and that's what's needed. We're talking about taking the planet back. I'm not talking about violence. Everywhere that people are being oppressed by a system that is designed to do that. But if you can get your head around it, get together with the other women's live streamers and basically pull the knowledge and then find out about, you know, the Dropbox and stuff like that, because it's not over yet. We've got 150 prisons. Don't tell me those people are there, because the question is some of those people would be there and they shouldn't be there. So it's just starting, but keep well. I'm very happy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I need to give my back a rest. Right, I'm just going to refresh the stream because I've lost the chat. Oh, looks like a wolf. Right, hello everyone. Yeah, what's the point of that whole court case? They're not even going to give the decision.
Now they've got to deliberate over it and then make a decision.
Alright.
Where's Mr. William Coleshill, ex-Tory councillor, racist?
Probably over there.
Shill, you know, that one, the shill?
Yeah, it's racist.
Yeah, you can go for the front there. I like you very much.
Hello everyone. Hello Visual Culture, hope you and the family are well. Thank you for all the support. Huh? Oh, sorry. Oh, I meant to tell you.
Why are you not taking me? What are you doing?
No, I was just reading the chat.
Yeah, look.
Sorry.
See what we're gonna do. Yeah. Take me.
You want a photo taken
Yeah.
of you? Can you hold this? Yeah. What, because my flips?
Just gently.
No? You just pulled my hair, you bitch.
Aye, don't
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey.
How's your live stream today?
It was good. Had trolls, but that's fine. How was yours?
Yeah, it's good. Still live at the moment.
Yeah, so am I. I'm just trying to warm up.
Yeah.
How many interviews did you get?
I'm average around 50.
How many interviews?
Oh, interviews?
It's fine.
Yeah. I think well, it seemed like 50, I don't know. Probably.
A lot.
Yeah.
Good.
I just need to check back through the stream.
Yeah. I think I got about 7 interviews, maybe. And they were all quite long as well. Which is nice. At least some of them I can split into like halves at least.
Yeah.
Like what I'm doing with Ollie's.
Ollie's is good.
Yeah. Ollie's is awesome. Oh yeah, the person who sent me, Ollie sent me his Instagram if you want me to give him a story. Yeah, because Ollie sent me it.
I think I already have it.
Probably.
mash up this one, BT1. That's how it goes sometimes in a war, in star. That's how it goes sometimes in a war. That's how it goes sometimes in a war, in star. That's how it goes sometimes in a war. Police shoes on. Police shoes on.
How could someone have so much energy?
Police shoes on.
I know.
Police shoes on.
I mean, 5 hours, 6 hours already.
Yeah.
Mine is another alternative.
Used to wear these big black shoes, so they'd stand out on my window and always had that police shoes on. So if you wanted to know a policeman, just look at his feet and you'd see.
Another alternative on YouTube. So
There's nothing unusual about children exploring the great outdoors, learning their nature, engaging the world.
yeah, that one. And then and then subscribe to this live stream as well. Citizen. That's why it's great.
This what?
So that's wait, how do you I'll type it in.
Is that your channel?
No, it's
their legacy. You come and look.
I tried to, but I live 2 hours away, so we always have to take the train. So it's like it's kind of expensive. But whenever I can, I do. Bye, Bloom. Take care.
Wake up and open your eyes and realize politicians them are wolf under disguise. Come and trick you with their lies. And we are the real government of the earth. We are the majority, them are the minority. Say them a treat me like a pawn in a deck game of chess. From the day me born me have to face the stress. Politicians always try to play smart, but always say the money run short. Mr. Politician, stop playing your game with our life. I don't know how to feel but members say unclear game must have to be back. Mr. Politician, it's obvious to me what is your mission. You just have to
I'm just hoping I didn't just. Yeah. Oh, okay, great.
That's why just 400 viewers are joking.
Yeah, this will be fun. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for coming out.
Oh, someone, sorry? Louis.
Louis, what else do I do on YouTube?
Another alternative.
Okay, I'll have a look.
I do Speaker's Corner every Sunday as well, so you'll see
Are
me
you
there.
doing the protest on Saturday?
Oh yeah, the Saturday, Freedom. Yeah. I'll be there quite early because I think they're doing the veterans initially and then they're doing Freedom. Yeah, nice to meet you too, take care. I'm gonna get there early, so.
That's adorable. I don't even know
Sorry?
I don't know what to record anymore.
Yeah, I might just do an interview.
I'll nick yours again.
So, what are your thoughts on today and the Julian Assange?
It's kind of predictable what happened today, that they're going to deliberate for a long time. But in a way, the fact they've deliberated for so long means that those who want to extradite are not too confident of their argument, so they repeat. Judges adjourning for 2 weeks, whatever, how long it'll be, is unclear, I would say. That's typical. They're going to be deals done behind the scenes, I dare say, which is not a good idea. But let's see. I mean, the good thing is massive support.
Do you see this as the end of like a threat on free press and democracy?
Well, it is a total threat on free press and democracy. Julian Assange is a beacon of the fight for truth, beacon of free speech. So everyone is concerned about free speech or any unfairness in these courts, and there's loads of that. They should be back in this campaign all the way.
And
we do as well.
We're
from that, the uklive.com. Find out more about it there. Or
will you be on the protest this Saturday?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We'll be marching in big numbers through special parts of London.
Do you think the turnout will be big? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Great evening. Hi, Mark. Richard.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much. You did. What channel are you?
I'm Citizen Sid.
Citizen Sid.
SYD.
SYD.
I'm another one.
Thank you.
That's to keep your what? That's to keep you informed.
Gosh. Thank you.
That's so many leaflets.
And this one is rather good.
Okay.
Reject segregation.
Thank you.
All right. You take care.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're right, mate.
I mean, I have a whole stash of leaflets.
Nice to see you. See you now.
See you too.
Just quickly.
Yeah.
I have like a whole. If you do, yeah.
I haven't had those.
I have like a whole stash of them.
Yeah.
But I feel bad to bin them. I don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, I know. Oh, great. I think your hand's so warm all the time.
I don't know what to stream now.
Hi, Brummy.
In case anything happens.
You didn't get a notification. That's a shame. But hi.
How many people you got on?
20.
20?
Yeah.
I'm 21 now.
Awesome. Yeah. I know. Stop interfering. You are interfering. You are interfering.
Sorry?
Yeah, I am. She's interfering. I don't like it. Suggesting. No, you're interfering. You're interfering.
Yeah, that's Julian's father, I think.
Yeah.
Let's get it. Excuse me. I hate it when it's like that.
I know. No, it's okay. You got over me. your guys' interview. I hope you don't mind.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So right, shall we go down to this thing?
What would you like to do?
Are you going to go down and cover something else?
I don't know.
You want to come along?
I don't mind.
To cover what though? Like,
Well, it's all a bit close and dagger, so we're going to just go and see, like, go fishing and see what it is.
Okay.
Sure.
You want to come fishing?
Sure.
Do you want to go fishing?
Bring the whole family.
We have to get a train at 7, so...
That's okay. Well, you guys, all the best, you guys. Julie, you're so cute. So cute. Oh, they come
No, my street.
That's not right now. Take care, you too.
See you later.
Bye guys. Resistance TV. Actual coverage. Wait, have you seen Julian?
I still like both.
You need to stay with actual interviews.
Actually, interview sounds much better as well.
Yeah.
Coverage sounds a bit.
It flows.
The youth for the future. So.
See you later. Have fun.
Everyone's subscribing.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye, Rog.
Don't know whether to end it now.
Yeah, so
It's going to happen.
like I always keep it rolling in case.
Yeah.
Although you can break and stuff.
Yeah.
At the same time, I just keep my equipment out of. Do you want to sit down somewhere, maybe?
Sure. I mean, let's see here.
And the 4th Brigade as well, the International Brigade.
We need to go.
Do it.
We need to start making our way back to the train station.
Do it.
Well, what time is it? It only takes like 15 minutes, does it? So I'll get to the train station. Now, sorry.
Did you bring the selfies today?
Yeah.
Hello, untouchable position. Untouchable position, yeah.
Hi, Alex. I'm going to end my stream. I'm ending the stream now, so thank you everyone. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the moderators. And take care.